plans in mind to spark the shift, to move aligned. With hearts on fire and visions free, we're building now our planet B. Let's get behind this dream, unfurled a vegan vibe, a kinder world. With compassion strong, we'll help her recover our beautiful earth, our one true mother. 3 words we give, our strategy: redirect, relinquish, a new way to be. Restore our humanity, and all will live in harmony. When kindness leads, vegan love breeds. The change we want, the world we need. Together we rise, together we see a thriving life on planet B. Collaborating hearts in action, creating waves of chain reaction. Big change growing from every hand, as we give back to heal the land. 3 words we give, our strategy: redirect, relinquish, a new way to be. Restore our humanity, and all will live in harmony. When kindness leads, vegan love breeds. The change we want, the world we need. Together we rise, together we see a thriving life on planet B. All will live in harmony. All will live in harmony. We gather now with plans in mind to spark the shift, to move aligned. With hearts on fire and visions free, we're building now our planet B. Let's get behind this dream, unfurled a vegan vibe, a kinder world. With compassion strong, we'll help her recover our beautiful earth, our one true mother. 3 words we give, our strategy: redirect, relinquish, a new way to be. Restore our humanity, and all will live in harmony. When kindness leads, vegan love breeds. The change we want, the world we need. Together we rise, together we see a thriving life on planet B. Collaborating hearts in action, creating waves of chain reaction. Big change Together we see a thriving life on planet B. All will live in harmony. All will live in harmony.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, depending on where you're joining us from here at VCOP 23, the Vegan Convergence of the Peoples, taking place in person in Toronto and here online with all of you. So, wow, do we have an exciting weekend in store? I'd like to thank both Danny and everyone who contributed to putting that song together for this convergence. And before we introduce and meet all of you, I'd like to introduce to you our team of facilitators, which for me is very exciting because we have facilitators here today that are our online facilitators who are spanning 9 different time zones. For instance, I'll be your online host today. My name is Allison Hart-Hamji, and I'm in Lima, Peru. And I'd like to go from west to east. I'll add first if Annie in California would please come online. Spotlight yourself, please, Annie. Or can someone else spotlight Annie? And Annie, when you come on, if you would just wave to everyone.
Do we have any in the room?
Annie may have lost her connection. Okay, well, Annie from California is our facilitator for the online event. And then I'll call on Danny. Danny's in Texas. Danny, would you spotlight yourself? Yay, Danny. Wave to everybody,
Hello,
Danny.
everybody.
There's Danny.
Giddy up, y'all.
Bill, how about you in Indiana? Please spotlight yourself and say hello. Yay, Bill. Okay. And Shankar in Washington, D.C. Shankar, can you come on screen? Shankar. Yay, okay. There you are. How about Marty Kita in Georgia?
There she
Yay.
is.
Hi, Marty Kita. Krishna in England. There's Krishna. Amit in Scotland. Can you come on screen, Amit? Yay, hello there. And Amy in the Netherlands. Yay, Amy. And Deepak. Deepak's in India. Can you come on screen and say hello, Deepak? Is Deepak having difficulty with his internet? I'd really like you to meet Deepak.
Hey everyone, sorry,
There you are. Okay, you look like you're on planet B.
I am, yeah. I would wait here. Everyone should move here.
Okay, so there you are. These are your online facilitators for the weekend, and we'll have facilitators also in person in Toronto. Of course, you'll have Dr. Rao hosting the event in Toronto. So you'll be seeing him very shortly. In the meantime, those of you who are online, I'd like to encourage you to come on screen so that we can see you. So if everybody would turn on their cameras, that would be really fun. We can say hello to you and see you. There we go. I see a couple of people coming on. How about the rest of you? Can you come on screen? Okay, see some more people. If this is your first convergence that you're attending, I'd like to invite you to let us know. We'd like to know if this is your first convergence. If you would go down to the bottom of your screen where it says reactions and give us a thumbs up, then we'll know this is your first convergence. Okay, I see Chris, this is her first convergence. Anyone else? There's another one, Lydia, okay, very good. Okay, that gives us an idea. Thank you so much. Let's use that same reaction button again and give us a heart if you think that you might be attending from the furthest away from Toronto. Give us a heart if you think you might be attending from the furthest away. Ah, okay. There's someone. Okay. I love your hearts. Okay, Jamin thinks he may be also. Okay. Excellent. Now, here's another thing I'd like to do. I'd like to give you the opportunity to let us know if you have a furry friend in the room with you, or if you have a non-human animal that you'd like to introduce and let us know that they're also attending this vegan convergence of the people. So if you have a furry friend there in the room with you and want to bring him or her on screen, that would be fun. We would love to see who else is attending from the non-human participants. I'll give you a few minutes because it might take you a little bit to encourage someone to come on screen.
Unfortunately, my guest is delayed, Alison. So when he does,
Okay. Okay. All right. It looks like it's all humans so far. And to my knowledge, there are no furry friends attending in Toronto. Okay, that gives us an idea. I'm going to share my screen now and let you see who are oh, Mariquita, who's your friend's, what's your friend's name?
This is Louie.
Louie, you're so beautiful. Okay, Louie, we're very glad you're here joining us.
Annie is
Wow.
also here with on Jane's profile. Yeah.
Oh, okay. So, Annie, can we introduce you? Can you come on screen?
Yes. Can you see me?
Can you spotlight yourself or can someone spotlight? Oh, look, Annie. Oh. And what is your furry friend's name?
Chanel Champion.
Chanel.
Hi, everyone.
Wow. Okay.
And I have a bit Wednesday, you want to come here? You want to say hi? Come on, Wednesday. Come in, Mama. Come on, my love. Sunday is cuddled in. Come on, more. Come on, my love. Come on, you can come. Come, my sweet.
Oh.
Here is Wednesday. Wednesday. Say
Wednesday.
hi. Good morning, everybody.
Wow.
Nice to see you all.
Wow.
I'm a little
Beautiful
sleepyhead
friends.
because it's super early for me, but I love you all.
Okay. It is early in California. I think you are
Love
early. You're our early birds. Uh-huh. Okay.
Love you all. Thank you for being here.
Mm. Okay, I'm going to proceed now to share my screen and share with you very briefly who our co-conveners are for this weekend. You can, I got to start presenting. Hang on.
Oh,
Take just a second. There we go. Okay, you can see our co-conveners there from on the bottom of the screen from left to right. Plant-Based Treaty in Toronto, Semonics in England, Our Planet, theirs too, Veg Toronto, the International Vegan Film Festival, IVFF, the Vegan Community, Unchained TV, Be an Animal Hero, American Vegan Society, Animal Rights Toronto, Go Dharmic, Wishbone Animal Rights Lab, and of course, Climate Healers. So thank you to all of you who are represented here today. And I'd like to share with you a few of the ground rules. And if you can all see this on your screen, we'd like you to keep your cameras on if you're comfortable doing so. It helps us to connect and to bond. If you're eating or moving away or have distractions, then yes, kindly turn your camera off and we can help from here if needed. So that's about cameras. Let's go to microphones. Please keep your mic on mute when you're not speaking to minimize background noise. And the chat etiquette. Please use respectful and inclusive language. This is a safe and compassionate space. Keep your comments and questions focused and constructive. Of course, no trolling, spamming, or side conversations. Violators will be removed. And in terms of your participation, please ask thoughtful, concise questions. We value everyone's time and voice. Listen actively and with empathy. And together, let's create a space of kindness, curiosity, and collaboration for all life on Earth. At this time, I'd like to share the program for the next 2 days. And has anyone heard anything from Toronto? How many minutes do we still have? I'll go ahead and share the program for today and tomorrow. I'd like you to know that it was 7 years ago that we first gathered together as climate healers with a common vision in Mesa, Arizona. That was our first convergence. That was 7 years ago. And at that time, we wrote down our questions about a vegan world and how we could get there. And now today, 7 years later, we are here gathering again with a wealth of knowledge, all of what we've learned over the 7 years, and all of our accomplishments to thrive on planet B. Here's the program for day 1. You'll see that in Toronto, which is in pink, they're making breakfast smoothies right now. And the opening ceremony is scheduled to begin at 10:30. Right now it's 10:26. And at 10:35, Dr. Sailesh Rao will present the opening with, excuse me, at 10:30, we have the opening ceremony with the Interfaith Vegan Coalition, and that will be Dakota Mathis speaking. And then at 10:35, we have Dr. Sailesh Rao presenting Activating Planet B. At 12 noon, we'll be introducing you to a new technology called the Mentimeter. And that technology will allow all of us to input data during the day. So I'll just mention one thing at this point about the Mentimeter. If you're attending this convergence on your computer or laptop, consider using your cell phone for the Mentimeter. And if you're attending today on your cell phone and don't have the option to use 2 devices, then that will work too. But ideally, if you are attending on your laptop or computer, it would be great to use your cell phone for the Mentimeter. And we'll tell you at noon how to do that. When I say noon, I'm referring to noon Eastern. At 12:30 p.m. in Toronto, they'll have lunch, and we here online will be showing a movie called Ethical to celebrate veganism's 80th anniversary. By the way, happy World Vegan Day, or as I like to call it, Happy Vegan World Day. That's today, November 1st. At 1:30 and until 3 p.m., we'll be participating all together using the Mentimeter in a process where we'll all be contributing to produce a proclamation. And at 3 p.m., we'll be presented with the draft of the proclamation that we've all created together. And at 3:30, we'll edit anything that needs to be edited in the proclamation so that at 4 p.m. we have a final proclamation for signing. And that's basically it. We'll wrap up day one and have a closing ceremony at 4:55. And then at 5 p.m., we'll be showing another film, which is Food for Profit, while the people in Toronto will be attending the International Vegan Film Festival. So I think I'll leave it at that for now. I can go to day two, but it depends on how we're doing with the timing in Toronto. It's now 9:29. Does anyone have any feedback from Toronto? If not, I'll go ahead and go over day two. So again, all times here are Eastern time. This is day two, Sunday, starting at 10 a.m. In person, breakfast smoothies in Toronto, whereas online in green, we'll do a review of day one and an orientation to day two. The opening ceremony with Toronto at present will start at 10:30 and with the Interfaith Vegan Coalition, Tammy Hay. And at 10:35 until 11, the founder of the American Vegan Society, Ann Dinshaw, will be presenting on the Dynamic Harmlessness Day, the legacy of J. Dinshaw. 11 to 11:30, we'll have an overview for day two by Dr. Sailesh Rao. And at 11:30 a.m., we'll be breaking out into groups and we'll deliberate on pitches. From 12:30 to 1:30, we'll have another movie, Friends Not Food, and The Heart Whisperer. From 1:30 to 3 p.m., we'll deliberate on pitches. So on day two, we'll be hearing pitches. We have so far a total of 25 project pitches which individuals will be making. And then we'll report on those pitches all together before we have our closing ceremony at 5 minutes to 5. At 5 o'clock, again, the Toronto people will go to the International Vegan Film Festival, while we here online will have the opportunity to watch another movie, Coffee Wars. I want to mention one thing. I see that someone has probably mistakenly scribbled on the screen. There is a little button on the bottom left of your screen. It looks like a green pen. I'd ask that you not use that green pen. We don't have a way to turn it off. And if you do use it, it makes scribbles on the screen. So probably someone here didn't know what that was and they were curious about what it was. Okay. I'm going to come back on screen. Are there any questions about that? If you do have any questions, please either raise your hand or ask the question to Danny in the chat. Danny's name is Questions. That's how you can find her. Her name is Questions.
Just an update, Allison. Rebecca said 3 minutes.
Oh,
Just to
perfect.
let
Thank you
know.
so much, Bill.
Okay.
Thank you. Excellent. Okay, so in 3 minutes, we will remove my spotlight and bring Dr. Sailesh Rao on, who will get us started from Toronto. And again, we have a couple of minutes if any of you have any questions. We're so pleased to have you here. And especially given the fact that today is International or World Vegan Day. And again, I'm going to go back to the way I like it. Vegan World Day. Mhm. Okay, I see that Sai has his hand up. Sai, is that your name?
Hi.
Hi, Sai.
Hello, everyone.
Hello, please ask your question. We hear you.
Hi. Hi. This is Sai Praneeth from India. So just wanted to clarify the deadline for the pitches for VCOP. And also another
Okay.
point that it's the World Vegan Month.
Oh, thank you so much. Thank you for sharing
Yeah.
that. Okay, so correct me if I'm wrong, any of the other facilitators. I think you have until 5 p.m. today. In other words, when we close this event, that would be the last opportunity you would have to submit your project. Does he have more time than that? Anyone? Any of the facilitators, or is that his last opportunity?
No, that's right, as per Dr. Sailesh's email today. So
Mhm.
tonight before we close. So yeah.
So in
the
India,
email said 10 p.m. It's at 10 p.m. Eastern time, actually. So I was wondering.
Yes.
Yeah.
okay, yes, 10 p.m. Eastern time would be your deadline then. Sai, thank you so much for asking. In case anyone else has that question, yes. Mhm. Okay, and Carol? Hi, Carol. Happy World Vegan Month.
Carol, you're muted.
No, she's okay now.
Am I
Go-
unmuted now?
Yeah, you're
Okay,
unmuted.
okay.
We hear you.
Hi, Allison. Good morning,
Hi.
everybody.
Nice to see your smile. Mhm.
Likewise, I'm so happy to be here. I'm wondering, you mentioned that we could ask questions to Danny in the chat. Is that correct?
Yes, and Danny, you'll see her name is actually Questions. So if you see someone named Questions, that's Danny.
However, I imagine this is true for everybody. My chat is disabled. I'm not able to do that because I had a question for her right away, so I noticed that.
No, the chat is
You-
enabled. You could send message to Danny. Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna try mine again. Mine says it's disabled. I can't write in the chat.
Yeah, I think so. That's all. I'm also not a co-host, and same for me. No, you can send messages now. Yeah,
You
you can.
can. Yes, that's right.
Yeah.
So do you see a message in the chat box already by Danny? So you could
I
respond to
see,
that
hold on.
or click on her name and then you should go to a private message.
I'm receiving messages in chat. I mean, I can read messages from others. There's no particular message from Danny, but okay, now I see. Okay, Danny, I says hi. Okay, thank you for that. So I can respond to her. This is
Yes,
really
you
weird
can.
because mine.
Yes,
Maybe
you
I can
can.
figure it out. It just keeps telling me the chat is disabled, but I'll keep working on it. But my question was, I wanted to say that song is absolutely beautiful. That we began with. What is the title of it?
Thank you. It has no title.
Oh,
It's a VCOP 23 theme song. So
okay, it's
that's all. I didn't
beautiful.
title it.
Congratulations to the
Thank you.
composers of that
Thank
song.
you.
Yes.
Yeah, I use
Okay.
Suno AI, and then Amit used some AI to mobilize our background and make it a little video. So it was a joint effort, and yeah, a lot of fun playing with that stuff. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Yeah,
Thank you.
it's wonderful. Thank you so much.
Okay, it looks like we're ready to start in Toronto, right? Are we ready to start in Toronto, Rebecca? Are we ready to start in Toronto, Rebecca? Okay, so we're going to go ahead and share the video on screen, Danny's song again. Is that okay? Amit, can you see, is their camera ready to go? Can they share you with the video, with the movie, with the song?
I don't find their camera view, but I can start sharing and someone can spotlight them.
Which one would we spotlight?
That should be Toronto podium.
Okay.
Do you see that? Or there could be audience. So Rebecca also had the participants view set up there.
Yeah, Toronto podium is not turned on.
Okay. And then Rebecca, BJ, Allen, we can see the audience is coming in there
Okay.
and settling down. Yeah. Do you want to spotlight that?
Yes.
Okay. Hello, everyone. I see there's still a question from, oh, Dr. Sailesh is also here. Okay.
Hello, Sailesh, can you hear us? We'd like to start showing the video on you, if you can put it on the screen behind you, if you can put our screen on, okay.
I think that's right. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so Rebecca, we're gonna start showing the film now, okay?
Yes. Yes.
Yes or not yet?
Yes.
We gather now with plans in mind to spark the shift, to move aligned. With hearts on fire and visions free, we're building now our planet B. Let's get behind this dream, unfurled a vegan vibe, a kinder world. With compassion strong, we'll help her recover our beautiful earth, our one true mother. 3 words we give our strategy: redirect, relinquish, a new way to be. Restore our humanity, and all will live in harmony. vegan love breeds the change we want, the world we need. Together we rise, together we see a thriving life on planet B.
Okay, we are ready to start.
Collaborating hearts in action, creating waves of chain reaction. Big change growing from every hand as we give back to heal the land. 3 words we give our strategy: redirect, relinquish, a new way to be. Restore our humanity, and all will live in harmony. When kindness meets vegan love breeds the change we want, the world we need. Together we rise, together we see a thriving life on planet B. All will live in harmony. All will live in harmony.
Welcome, everyone. So, welcome to the Vegan Convergence of the Peoples, number 23. Yes. So we are going to begin with Dakota Mathis, who is going to do the opening ceremony on behalf of the Interfaith Vegan Coalition. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Okay, good morning, everyone. Is that better? Welcome to our opening devotion of VCOP 23, Building Planet B, the world as we want it to be. As Sailesh has shared with us before, the quote from Buckminster Fuller, "You never change things by fighting the existing reality. To change something, build a new model that makes the existing one obsolete." We turn our focus this weekend to the world we want to create, Planet B. And I would invite you to take a moment now and see the world you wish to create in Planet B. What does that look like to you? Are there lush forests and dancing streams? Free roaming animals in peace and harmony? Are there humans to guide, safeguard, and nurture all forms of life, plant, animal, and nature? Do you see neighbors sharing with neighbors? People working and doing what they love? Growing vegetables, stewarding land, and spending time with animals, making art and music? What are your dreams? We're reminded also that it only takes a few to change millions. With the intersections of quantum physics and science and spirituality and consciousness, we know that the micro is the macro. And as we redirect, relinquish, and restore our own souls and do our own personal work within, we can heal and restore beauty to the planet as well. A physicist, Cynthia Sue Larson, who I just recently heard of, she's also a doctor of divinity and was interviewed by a lady I like to follow named Pam Gregory. In this interview, she was talking about these intersections. And there's like 3 points of agreement she mentioned between indigenous wisdom and quantum science. And the first 3, well, there's a few more, but the first 3 was that one, everything is consciousness. Everything is consciousness. Consciousness is primary. Everything is vibration, and we are all interconnected. We are powerful creators, envisioning the world that we desire and that is already here in our hearts. As we work for this to manifest in our physical reality, I just want to do a short 3-minute meditation with sound with you. As you set your intention, see what you want the world to be for yourself, for humanity, and for Gaia, our Mother Earth. This sound is called the hue. It's on the same frequency and idea as the Om, but it is a vibration that holds the energy of creation. So as we create this weekend, I just want you to hold your intentions in your heart. And as we listen to this for about 3 minutes, and you're welcome to intone this with the recording if you wish to, and and sing the sound, or just listen in your mind. Okay, here we go. Can anybody hear that? Thank you. That was a short time, but it's very centering. And I just wanted to say in closing, that's a way to shift gears. If we ever find ourselves, I know I do find myself many times falling into anxiety and other times, fear or anger or just lower vibrational feelings. And when I need to shift up and get to the place of joy, reverence, gratitude, and the things I want to create, it's almost like shifting gears, in a car. You're in the low gear, you got to get to neutral where you can basically take a breath and reset your own, meter. Get to that neutral place and let go. To me, that's relinquishing, relinquishing things that no longer serve, that we don't need, and shift into the higher gears of the frequencies we want to share and create together with. And yeah, thanks for everything. Love you guys.
If anybody had any issues with that, that they would not, they would not, that they would be excluded. And we can roll on that, so we have that. Release. You can abstain, I'm sorry.
Did everyone hear Jane? There's a documentary being.
No, it's serious. I just have to mention that
Yeah.
we're a documentary, and if anybody doesn't want to be on, and now's the time to just say, so we would put you, so everybody's cool with it? Great.
Good. Thank you very much, everyone. Thank you, Dakota. That was very moving, and it was really needed at this time. To me, we are birthing Homo Ahimsa. Birthing is a joyous occasion. It's also painful. It's painful for the mother who's birthing us. And it's been painful for Mother Earth. I'm going to share with you a presentation. Okay, there you go. I call it Activating Planet B. That's the theme of VCOP 23. What is Planet B? Planet B to me is a systems engineering framework for world peace and planetary health. A system is just an organized framework for accomplishing an objective. We create lots of systems. There's a system for creating food for lunch today. There's a system for making smoothie for breakfast. Right? There are people who get together and figure out how to put these things together. Someone went and got the ingredients from somewhere. So there's a whole organized framework around accomplishing an objective. We have created a lot of systems on this planet. These are what I call human engineered systems. And Mother Earth also has her own systems. Okay. So I want to show you, the equivalence between the macro and the micro here. So think of our body. Our body has a lot of systems. It has a circulatory system, an endocrine system, a nervous system, an immune system, a digestive system, and so on. And these are all interlocking systems. When a system fails, let's say a circulatory system fails, it can bring down all the other systems too. And when that happens, it's called death, right? But a system that's alive, a body that's alive, all these systems are working together in harmony. The Earth has several life support systems. There's a water circulation system, there's a water purification system, there is a food production system, there is photosynthesis happening, there's an oxygen cycle, a carbon cycle, a nitrogen cycle, a phosphorus cycle. All these cycles are interlocking systems. And what we have done as human beings is we have created human engineered systems that are extremely powerful. So they're impacting the life support systems of the planet. And when we find that we have created all these problems, we have trouble solving them because of what is known as the drunkard search principle. What is the drunkard search principle? A drunkard was looking for his keys under the streetlight, and a policeman asked him, "What are you looking for?" And he said, "I'm looking for the keys I dropped across the street." The policeman said, "Why are you looking for them here?" He said, "Because that's where the light is." Okay, that's where the light is. And this is the problem that we have been facing so far. If you think about our body systems, let's say our endocrine system is not functioning well, and you go to a doctor, and the doctor says, "You have diabetes." We call it diabetes, And the solution the doctor comes up with for diabetes is metformin. Because he's looking for a solution under the light. He said, outside the light, there is a solution, which is change your diet, you change your lifestyle, and you'll get healthy. All your systems will work fine. But by just looking for solutions under the light, you come up with metformin. What happens when you do that to a planet? You get into trouble. Now, when a circulatory system fails in our body, and the body dies, we have studied millions of these bodies. Millions of human beings we have studied and seen which system is critical that we need to make sure that they maintain properly, and which system you can be a little lax about it, right? Like a hormonal system. They killed my thyroid, the doctors. They killed my thyroid because they know they can give me thyroxine for the rest of my life. That's the solution to the hyperthyroid condition I had. That's the solution they had. I didn't know this. If I had known, I would have stopped them and said, "Hey, please, let me figure out what the root cause is, and I'll solve the problem myself." Anyway, this is the kind of solution that we've been working with, right? And when you do that to a planet, let's see what happens. So the planet we know now has 7 planetary boundary transgressions. What that means is that the life support systems have been stressed to the point that there are 7 aspects of the life support systems that are outside the safe zone. The 7th one just got transgressed this year. And that's ocean acidification. That's just yellow at the bottom. The next worst transgression is freshwater change. Okay? Which is that we have taken over the freshwater systems of the planet and used it for ourselves. There is hardly any left for wild animals, or we have dammed them. We have done all kinds of things. We have polluted them. So we have messed up the freshwater cycles of the planet. And the animals are dying because of that, because they don't have enough to drink. Next is land system change. It's gone from yellow to a little bit of red. And you can see it's in the danger zone. So we have taken most of the land for ourselves. and hardly any land is left for wild animals, and they're dying because of that. The next worst is climate change, which is what everybody talks about. So everybody talks about just climate change, and that's where the media focuses. But it's only the fourth worst transgression. It's not the worst. And climate change is divided into two. There is CO2 concentration, which is outside the safe zone, but it's not as bad as the radiative forcing, which is in the dark red zone. Okay. What is radiative forcing? It's the extra heating that we have caused on the planet. The sun gives us 130 watts for every square meter of the Earth's surface. That's like putting a 130-watt bulb on every square meter of the Earth's surface. That's the sun's intensity on average. We have added 2.6 watts per square meter as of 2021. Okay, this is the latest IPCC data. That's 2% of what the sun is doing. Doesn't seem like much, but it's in the red zone because normally the sun's intensity goes up by 2% every 200 million years. We did it in 200 years. Okay? And we are cranking it up still. And that's a problem. But what is worse than climate change is nitrogen and phosphorus loading, the biogeochemical flows. That's because we have taken the nitrogen cycle of the planet and we have messed with it. We are extracting nitrogen, creating fertilizer, pouring it on our land to grow crops, and the fertilizer is running off into the water systems of the planet, and it's causing life to die in the rivers and in the ocean. The way life dies in the rivers and the ocean is because the fertilizer over-fertilizes the bottom of the rivers, and the plants grow really fast when that happens, and they suck up all the oxygen in the water. And when there is no oxygen for the fish to breathe, the fish die. And that nitrogen then runs off into the mouth of rivers, and there again the same thing happens. So you get dead zones in rivers and in oceans because of all the nitrogen that we have put into the crops for fertilizer. What is worse than that is what is called as novel entities. And you can see it's got a purple haze, the way they've depicted it. That means that's in a high risk of destabilizing the life support systems. It's at a high risk of destabilizing life support systems, and that's chemical pollution, plastic pollution, chemical pollution. So we are pouring 220 billion tons of chemical pollution into the environment every year, and it doesn't go away. So every year we're adding another 220 billion, another 220 billion. And so it's marinating. The earth is marinating in this chemical pollution. So the animals are dying because they're polluted. They're eating food that's polluted. And so they get cancer and they die off. And the worst is biosphere integrity, which is the loss of biodiversity on the planet. So this is what made me come up with 2026 as the limit by which we have to start doing things differently. Okay. And I still stand by that. In fact, I say, I don't know if I wave a magic wand today and make the whole world go vegan and, and we all start doing the right thing. Will all these transgressions come into the green zone? I don't know. The only way we'll know is to start doing it and trying it out. Okay? That's when we will know if we are bringing all of those transgressions back into the green zone. Now, we have only studied one planet. So statistically, we have a cohort of one that we have been studying. How do we know when the life support systems can be destabilized out of control? What happens when you destabilize the life support systems of a living planet? Do we know how planets die? Are we thinking that planets are immortal? Nothing is immortal. Okay? Anything that's born eventually dies. This is why I ask everyone, I appeal to everyone, please take this systems analysis seriously. There is only one living planet that we know of. This is why we have to go vegan as quickly as possible. Why? Because when you go vegan, you are putting pressure on all of these transgressions to go from the red towards the green. And I'll show you why that happens. Yet the media focus is on just climate change. Why? Because they're doing the drunkard's search problem. They're trying to solve a piece of the problem with what they think they know that will make money for people. Because that's the system we have today. Food systems play a central role in all of these transgressions. In 2018, there was a paper by Campbell who showed that food systems are the leading cause of nitrogen and phosphorus loading, of freshwater use, of land system change, of biodiversity loss. But he said it was not the leading cause of climate change. This is why everyone focuses just on climate change. This is why the drunkard search problem, right? They're looking just at climate change. Now, is that also true? That's the paper I wrote in 2019 saying, no, it's not true. In fact, animal agriculture is the leading cause of climate change. And I stand by that. And the number I came up with was a lower bound. 87% is a lower bound, folks, which means it's greater than that. And the reason animal agriculture is the leading cause of climate change is because human engineered systems have the livestock system. The livestock system is taking most of what we extract from the planet as its input. If you look at these arrows, the thicker the arrows, the more stuff that's taken out from the earth. On the left is land and how land is broken up. And then you see the yellow arrow, orange arrow coming from the cropland. Most of it is going to feed our animals. The black arrow coming from grazing land, all of it is going to feed our animals. In fact, our animal agriculture is taking more biomass from the earth than all other human activities combined. Okay? And it's not just food. If you look at the total input going to livestock systems, it's about 7.27 billion tons. That's the total. And if you look at what comes out onto consumption block on the right, where human beings are eating directly on the plate, there's only 0.19 billion tons of animal foods. So the ratio is 39:1. You have to give the animals 39 kgs of food in order to get 1 kg of food out of the animal. That's the data. Okay? And we are using, I'll show you later, we have 43% of the land just to graze animals. Not only do the animals give out 190 million tons, or 0.19 billion tons of food for our consumption, they're also giving us 140 million tons of other substances that go into this other manufacturing block. That's the skin and the blood and the bones. So we are basically turning them into objects, and then we are extracting things from them, and it's going into all our industrial processes. So this is the block that I think should be addressed first. If we want to have a living planet, we have to address this first. So how we use the earth. Let's look at how we use land on earth today. If you take all the land we're using for our cities, our railroads, all the built land, it's only 1% of the land area of the planet. 19% is deserts and unused land. 22% is timberland. It's basically monocultures of trees. And they call it forests. Because in the UN classification, any 1 kilometer by 1 kilometer grid that has 10% tree cover is a forest grid. It doesn't matter what kind of trees there are. Yes, the 10% tree cover is a forest grid. So they've classified it as forest. So they'll tell you 1/3 of the land, 1/3 of the planet is still forest. So don't worry about the forest. No, most of it is timberland, and animals cannot live when the same tree is planted over and over, unless the animals like that particular tree. Yeah. So this is why there's hardly any biodiversity in such land. 9% is original forest, and that's where we are deforesting every year. 37% is grazing land, and then half the cropland output, actually 2/3, according to the latest IPCC report, is going to feed animals. But if you look at the total amount of food that we are extracting from the earth, 85% of our food is already plants. 12% comes from land animals, and 3% comes from the ocean. So what we are asking for is that the world go from 85% to 100% for plants. This is not a big step in terms of what we have to eat. And also stop using animals for any other purpose. So this way, you can release this land back to nature, and we can start restoring the forest that used to be there. What's grazing? Grazing is animals go and graze on grasslands. Yeah. So to maintain grazing lands, we actually set fires every year to an area the size of India every year. So we chop anything that animals did not eat and burn it. They're called pasture maintenance fires. Now, remember, you saw in the Campbell report that agriculture is not the leading cause of climate change. This is because of what I call the climate attribution myth. The official accounting shows that 48% of the heating today that we are experiencing from human causes were caused by fossil fuels. 13% was caused by industry, 24% by animal agriculture, 5% by other agriculture. So you can see the pie chart on the left, the official IPCC accounting. Now, in February of this year, there was a paper published, authored by Jared Wedderburn Bishop, saying that only 18% of the warming that we are experiencing today was caused by fossil fuels. 5% by industry, 52% by animal agriculture, 8% by other agriculture, 10% by forestry, 7% by waste, and so on. Okay, so the second pie chart. So how did two different pie charts come from the same data? This is from the same IPCC data. Okay? And I took Jared Bishop's spreadsheet and I tweaked one parameter. The parameter I tweaked was the doubling sensitivity of CO2. So there is something called doubling sensitivity of CO2, which is the equilibrium increase in temperature. So how much will the Earth heat up if I just doubled only the CO2 and left everything else the same? So there's a parameter like that, okay? The IPCC assumes it's 3 degrees Celsius. So if I double the CO2 today and then wait thousands of years, I'll get a 3 degrees Celsius increase in temperature. That's their estimate. Jim Hansen wrote a paper in March of this year saying that estimate is much more than 3 degrees Celsius. It's actually 4.5 degrees Celsius. When I change from 3 to 4.5, I get the pie chart on the right. Only 2% of the heating has been caused by fossil fuels. 66% by animal agriculture, 10% by other agriculture, 15% by forestry, and 7% by waste. Again, same spreadsheet, okay? I just change one parameter and I get this number. So why is it that we get these wildly different pie charts from the same data? Let's look at how the IPCC comes up with its numbers. It uses the 1996 guidelines that were created when climate science was still in its infancy. So when they calculate when they attribute what caused the warming that we are experiencing today, they only look at 4 heating effects: CO2, methane, nitrous oxide, and halocarbons. And they use something called a GWP 100 measure for accounting. So these are all accounting gimmickry, if you ask me. No? It doesn't really tell you what is actually going on. They only look at 4 of them, and they use this GWP 100, which is averaging the impact of these gases over 100 years in order to equate them to CO2. So CO2 is the main gas. Every other gas is equated to CO2 by averaging their impact over 100 years. That's what they do. What did Jedder Bishop do? He took something called effective radiative forcing. What that means is, look at how much the gas has increased from 1750 to today, and then measure and then estimate how much that increase cost in terms of heating. So for every gas, the IPCC has an estimate for how much each gas has heated up the climate. And then he divided that up according to different sources. It turns out it's not just 4 gases you have to consider. There are 12 different heating effects and cooling effects that you have to consider. So there is heating and cooling happening because of our emissions. So there is CO2, methane, nitrous oxide, non-methane volatile organic compounds plus carbon monoxide that was missed in the first one, halocarbons, black carbon, those are all the heating effects. And then there are several cooling effects: sulfur dioxide, nitrogen oxides, ammonia, organic carbon, and albedo, which is reflectivity. And there is also carbon opportunity cost. When you put all of these together, you notice that fossil fuels have caused a lot of heating, but they've also caused a lot of cooling. And the cooling has offset most of the heating. This is why it's only 18% of the warming we are experiencing today came from fossil fuels. Animal agriculture has very little cooling effects, so most of it is heating. This is why it's staying up there at 52%. And industry is 5% because it's offset most of the heating with the cooling. Now, this is not a good thing. Okay? It means that if I wave a magic wand today and eliminate fossil fuels altogether and replace all of our energy infrastructure to clean energy sources, you will lose the cooling gases, the cooling effects within 2 to 3 weeks, and you'll experience the full heating that came from fossil fuels in just 2 to 3 weeks. So what this says is that we haven't yet experienced the heating that caused by fossil fuels because of the cooling that's masking it. And what happens when I put Hansen's 4.5 degrees Celsius as the CO2 doubling sensitivity? Most of the warming from fossil fuels have been offset by most of the by the cooling. And this is why it goes down to 2%. So this means that if I wave a magic wand and eliminate fossil fuels altogether, like I did before, instead of experiencing 2.6 watts per square meter of heating from human sources, we will instantly experience 4.9 watts per square meter of heating. So the right way to deal with climate change is to first go vegan as quickly as possible, bring back the forests, and then dial down the fossil fuel use. Because ultimately, we have to get rid of the fossil fuels as well. But it has to be done in the right order. That's what the data is telling us. Okay? But that's not what we are hearing, because people are still looking for the keys under the streetlight. So in a vegan world, you can return 40% of the land back to nature. So forests can go from 9% to 49%, or whatever the local ecosystem used to be. It was a prairie, bring back the prairie. So I'm saying restore the ecosystems of the planet. Okay? And so that we can minimize our take from the planet and maximize what we give back. The reason it is not happening is because of the same streetlight effect, the drunkard search problem. So in a mature system, which we have today, people prioritize solutions that stay within the system. Genuine reforms accumulate in a parallel loop. So whether we like it or not, folks, we are starting Planet B. We are the pioneers of Planet B. Every vegan has stepped out of the system. Every vegan has said, I do not want to exploit animals. Shut down the livestock system, right? That's what we are asking for. And when you do that, the entire system needs to change. You cannot be in the old loop. So Barkana Institute said, big living systems can never be changed from within. You have to start over. You have to build a new one. You have to build one that works for the new system. Okay? And there are several ways in which we can participate in this transformation, going from Planet A to Planet B. There are stewards who help protect Planet B as it's being birthed. There are hospice workers who help systems on Planet A die out and gracefully, and then help people transition from Planet A to Planet B. There are innovators, and we are all the innovators here, who are building new systems, who are building new ways of doing things. And when we connect together, as we are doing now, and we nourish ourselves into communities of practice, eventually this loop will become the main dominant loop. That's what we have to do. It's not about tweaking Planet A. Planet A can never be tweaked into Planet B. It's upside down. In fact, I look at it as on Planet A, we have been walking on our hands with our feet up in the air. And only now have we flipped over and looking at things the right way. Okay? On Planet B, we're looking at things the right way. So this is what illuminators do. We have to tell the story of Planet B, how we are changing from Planet A to Planet B, how this transformation is happening, because we have to bring everyone along eventually. They all have to come along to this new system as we build this. So how do you create Planet B? We wrote a paper about it, okay? And I have books in the back, and you're welcome to take as many copies as you want of the books for free. I'm not interested in anything except solving this problem right now, okay? And so Planet B, we start off by saying, we're looking at the intractability of Planet A. You have to show that Planet A doesn't work. It is going to kill us if we continue doing this. So I don't want to spend any more of my energy or my resources on Planet A. I'm done with Planet A. I'm going to pull out all of my retirement account and put it towards building Planet B. So you have to first validate the two loops theory of change, that system is intractable. And then we have to identify the foundational myths on Planet A and the corresponding foundational axioms on Planet B. Foundational myths. Foundational myths are the ones that illuminate where you're looking for solutions. So that's the street light. Okay? And then third, you have to drop invalid goals, because in any system, the goal instantiates how we are going to implement the system. The objective function. And if you have objective functions that are pulling you in the wrong direction, you have to drop those goals. Then you have to include valid goals that help us implement Planet B, that make Planet B easier to implement. And then you have to design around these goals. So how do you optimize for these goals? And then figure out transition pathways. And that's what we'll be doing over the next 2 days. We're going to create a proclamation today, and then tomorrow we're going to be looking at the transition pathways and how do we implement these transition pathways. And then I'm suggesting that we have to go in a loop, because this can also become a myth in the future, the axioms that we have identified. So you have to be vigilant and make sure that you're not creating another false myth going, so which means we have to keep going around in a loop. So legacy systems like colonialism and slavery, they really didn't disappear. There are 50 million slaves identified today. People are being put in prison, made to work for free or for $2 a day. Okay, that's slavery. How did they do that? Because the system figured out an exceptional clause in the 13th Amendment. And that's how people are still being used as slaves. Colonialism 2.0, still going on. We know colonialism is still going on because we are living on land, we are here on land that some other people used to live on before. We took them over, right? During the colonial era in India, hunger was used as the means to make people work. And today, we still use hunger because 800 million people are going hungry at any given point in time. So that's why I say the legacy systems are showing intractability. It cannot be changed because of the foundational myths. The first myth is endless growth as a master objective. So you look for solutions that will cause growth to happen. If it doesn't cause growth to happen, nobody's going to put money into it. Everyone says, if I give you some money, what can I get out of it? And that causes growth to be the master objective. Second is consumption and commodification as social logic. So we are bombarded with advertisements in order to stimulate demand so that there is more and more consumption happening. And to make that consumption happen, we commodify life. So life becomes subordinate to our systems. And to get that subordination to happen, we separate ourselves from nature. So we make sure that any bug here is taken out. So there is no other life here except us. So we do the separation, consciously from nature. We think we are separate, but we really are not. Nature is working through us, whether we like it or not. Nature has always been in charge. So human exceptionalism, we are superior to the other animals. No, you're not. You're actually serving them. It's the other way around. So on Planet B, we have to look at everything upside down. Myth 4 is misspecified responsibility for ecological breakdown. Saying it's all because of fossil fuels. If we just change the energy infrastructure, we could continue doing what we're doing. No, sorry, that's not true. Because I just showed you, animal agriculture is the leading cause of climate change also. So animal agriculture is causing most of our problems, not all, but most of our problems. And myth 5, technological solutions for environmental constraints. So if we find an environmental problem, don't worry, there'll be another technological solution in the future that will solve the problem. So we put resources into finding those technological solutions, something that will capture the carbon from the atmosphere. So the foundational axioms on Planet B is interdependence of all life, non-violence and zero animal exploitation, sufficiency over growth, honesty and humility as design criteria. So you have to begin from a position of humility and honesty. So we are actually not superior to any of the species. We are actually, we are serving the other species. And universal provisioning within planetary limits. Right now, we are extracting 6 times as much food as we need from the planet. And yet 800 million people are going hungry. And people at the top are all eating all the wrong foods and getting sick So 9 million people are dying of hunger and 30 million people are dying of chronic diseases. So it doesn't serve anybody. So we are saying instead we need to optimize for universal provisioning. So everyone has access to healthy food at all times. And distributed and participatory governance. And technology is subordinated to life. Technology is here to serve life, not the other way around. If there is no life on this planet, there's no need for technology at all. The protein myth is a subordinate myth to the 5 myths I showed you. And here it is to convince you, they convince you in school that protein is only found in animal foods. So here is a breakdown of the amino acids in animal foods at the top, legumes in the middle, and then you have grains, pasta, and you can see all plant foods have all amino acids and have complete protein. Protein efficacy tests have been designed to make animal foods look like the best protein. Because the protein efficacy tests are all about measuring how much muscle growth happens. So if you're measuring muscle growth, obviously if you eat the muscle of another animal, it'll be the best. Because it has all the amino acids in the right ratio. But we are not only changing muscles. We don't only have to grow muscles. We have to replace our skin cells, our organ cells. We have to replace our brain cells. I mean, we have replaced lots of different cells, not just muscle cells. So is that optimum for all of those cells? No. You have to eat a variety of plant foods to get all of the protein amino acids that you need. And Chris Gardner actually said that Americans are eating 3 times as much protein as we need and 1/3 the fiber that we need. So we have a fiber deficiency, not a protein deficiency in the Western world. And the calcium myth, you have to consume milk to get calcium. Dr. McDougall said, if you eat enough calories, you'll get enough calcium. And most people around the world cannot even digest milk. And yet they are being conned and deceived into drinking milk. India is the largest producer of milk in the world. Yet 60 to 80% of Indians are lactose intolerant. Okay? And India is the largest exporter, one of the largest exporters of beef in the world as a result of that. And India has become the diabetes capital of the world as a result of that. So it's a lot of metformin can be sold to them.
Also leather export.
Yeah, leather export too. So number 3, we have to drop invalid goals. And I claim that decent work and economic growth, goal number 8, has to be dropped from the SDGs, UN SDGs. Because this economic growth is the searchlight that makes us all go in the wrong direction. So in the paper, we go through a goal validity test, and we show how this particular goal violates all of our validity tests. And replace it with valid goals. Zero animal exploitation is a valid goal. Why? Because it meets the goal validity test, and it makes all the other goals easier to meet. So if you include this goal, then all the other goals become easy. And we all have to become vitally engaged guardians of animals and nature. So this is the definition of vegan I'm promoting. It goes beyond just what we consume. It's who we are and how we act. Right? So I say, be kind, be whole, be well, and belong. So you belong exactly as you are. All of us do. Every human being belongs exactly as we are. So we have to also get healthy ourselves. So transform yourself so that you can be an effective warrior in this fight to birth planet B. So we are birthing Homo ahimsa within ourselves, so a healthy version of human beings, and then we are going to do the firefighting around the world so that we can create planet B, a living planet that works. So when you put it together, you see replacing goal 8 with 18. Other than that, we can adopt the UN SDGs as they are, but we also have to modify goal SDG 14 and SDG 15. Because in SDG 14, on planet A, it's all about conserve and sustainably use the oceans, rivers, and marine resources for sustainable development. So focus is on exploiting the oceans, rivers, and marine life for human use. On planet B, I suggest we modify it to conserve and restore the ocean, rivers, and marine life to their natural state. Focus is on ecological restoration, not exploitation. And SDG 15 also has the same issue. On planet A, it's protect, restore, and promote sustainable use of terrestrial ecosystems, sustainably manage forests, combat desertification, halt and reverse land degradation, and halt biodiversity loss. So focus is on exploitation and just halting biodiversity loss. On planet B, it's conserve and restore native terrestrial ecosystems, combat desertification, halt and reverse land degradation, and halt and reverse biodiversity loss. Focus is on ecological restoration and reversing biodiversity loss, not just halting it. So what is the aim of planet B? Is to consciously design systems. A system, a deployable, non-coercive. I know Prabodh is suggesting it should be minimally coercive, something like that. Socio-technical system architecture that renders SDG number 18, zero animal exploitation, operational from local to global, with hard constraints on planetary boundaries and non-violence towards non-human animals, and objective functions on universal nutritional adequacy, health, equity, and joyful participation. So it's not about, if you look at what is the current system optimized for, it's actually for luxury indulgences, as opposed to universal provisioning. Number 3, actuators for procurement, culture, and finance, and sensors to ensure transparency and open source development. So through sensors and actuators, we can create feedback loops to make sure that the system is stable. Okay? And this is how we design systems that work, that for all of us. We have to create an economic substrate, which is, I call it an Ahimsa coin economic substrate, a new food production and distribution system, an ecological restoration system, health system integration, governance and participation, and planetary monitoring system. Now, all of these systems are already being built in bits and pieces all over the place. So it's now figuring out how to coordinate our actions, okay? And this is why I'm excited that the Institute for Electrical and Electronic Engineers that I used to work with for the internet have asked me to standardize this, Planet B, to write a project authorization request so that we can create a standard around Planet B, and people can say, well, I'm Planet B compliant if I do this. So this way, people can then interoperate with each other. So standards are basically minimum interoperability requirements. That's what we write down. Okay? And this allows, so then we guarantee that anyone who implements this, so provided they have this minimum, can talk to another block that does the same thing. So design constraint, ethical constraint. Institutionalized harm to non-human animals is out of scope in public systems, while rewilding and sanctuaries are in scope. and biophysical constraints. So we need to see rapid declines in methane and nitrous oxide so that we can immediately feel the impact of what we are doing. So this should be design objectives. And with local nitrogen and phosphorus biogeochemistry. So we can use biosphere integrity caps with carbon opportunity maximization via land return to nature. Provisioning requirement. So affordable and culturally resonant whole food plant-based diets should be available to every human being on the planet. That's the goal, okay? I mean, let's make it happen. Equity requirement. We need to focus on those who have been marginalized so far and help them implement this quickly. So this way they see a future that's brighter than what they're used to. Because a lot of people in the developed world or the Western world are comfortable, right? And they don't want to give up their comfort. So it's those who don't have that comfort who are going to say, yes, I want to transition to this. And the resilience requirement, portfolio diversity in crops, so that no matter what happens to the weather and the climate, you do get adequate nutrition for human beings. This is just about human beings, but it's also about providing adequate food and resources for animals. And then the money game transformation is the most important one. This is what causes people to look under the searchlight for solutions. The money game is all based on loans. So new money is always created in the form of loans. And this means that you have to return the loan. To return the loan, you have to extract from the planet. This is how you create an extractive system that needs to grow, grow, grow. Because if it doesn't grow, the whole thing falls apart. So everyone looks for solutions that grow. That's the searchlight we use today. And that's valid on planet A. It's no longer valid today on planet B because we have grown beyond what the planet can support. So what is the Ahimsa coin economic substrate? It's a bottom-up allowance from nature as opposed to a top-down loan from a bank. It's a bottom-up allowance from nature that encodes equality, sufficiency, and nonviolence. And it is an allowance on the ecological footprint because the earth has so much to give us. So you take, say, the ecological footprint of half of the earth and say that can be used by human beings. So one Ahimsa coin represents the productive output of 1 meter square year of the earth's surface. So A is offered directly to persons at a uniform cadence, creating a lifelong unconditional stream that secures basic provisioning without debt. And a retirement happens through a throughput-linked retirement. So Ahimsa coins are retired at point of biocapacity use through auditable costs. So you say this table required 2 square meters of the Earth's surface to create. So you have to retire that when you get the table. Okay? Or when you purchase the table, when you build the table, you have to retire that. So this way, the Ahimsa coin becomes a measure of our ecological footprint. And so then we can guarantee that you stay within the bounds of the planet. And when you put that constraint, you have to stay within the bounds of the planet, we optimize for minimizing the footprint. You want to reduce the cost, you have to minimize the footprint of that table. Okay? And this has to be publicly auditable. Okay? Otherwise, people can game it. So plant-based provisioning will cause us low harm and therefore low RK. So it has the lowest cost. Ecological restoration causes negative effective RK. And so it earns dividends. So when you restore the planet, you earn dividends in AK for the community. Animal exploitation activities are not are not settled. And this is how you say, I'm sorry, we are not going to do that anymore. So there is no cost at all, meaning you have to stay in Planet A if you want to do that, not here. And with open ledger and governance, citizens' assemblies with animal guardians will set RK and audit identity and retirement processes and adjust cadence with population and ecological restoration feedbacks. So this is how I imagine, a system that works based not on loans, but on allowances. Then you have to create transition pathways, normalize plant-based living fast, transform institutions simultaneously, frame veganism as a justice issue. It's critical for the planet to thrive. It's critical for us to overcome the planetary boundary transgressions. It's not just a personal choice. You have to leverage technology and media, build local self-sustaining models. We want to recruit like 10 minimum viable experiments, 10 cities that would do that on Planet B, that would start implementing Planet B systems. Minimum viable experiment on land corridors, minimum viable experiment on economic ledgers. So we have to create these experiments and try them out. We need to make plant-based the easy, affordable default. And we have to activate courageous leadership. Leadership that says, look, we have been searching under the light. There is no solution there. And with the human body, you can say, well, you lose a few million humans, that's okay. With a planet, hello, there is no other planet. You don't want to be playing games with the planet. We have to do this as if our house is on fire. Because it is on fire. And when my house caught fire, I stopped all my normal routines and did something different. Just saving the children that I loved. That's all I was interested in, nothing else. And today we are seeing the same thing. We are seeing a fire on our planet. It used to be a 3-alarm fire in 2009, became a 4-alarm fire in 2015, a 6-alarm fire in 2023, and now it's become a 7-alarm fire in 2025. When will we stop trusting Planet A will solve the problem? We have to move to Planet B. And I've shown this before, we have only, we have only 14 feet to the finish line of a marathon. And we are birthing Homo Ahimsa and Planet B at the same time, right? But to do that, you have to really stop walking on our hands with our feet up in the air and turn around and start walking on our feet again. Like we used to do 100,000 years ago. Okay? Before we discovered how to exploit each other and exploit the planet and so on. So it's turning around and creating a new civilization around it. And of course, if you go straight, that is a fast food chain that'll ensnare you and kill you. And we need to get people out of there. So I'm saying all of us are the vanguard of this birthing of Planet B. We are right at the front. We are the pioneers. So I want us to have that sense of exploration of the ones that everyone is looking for. We are the ones we've been waiting for. So there are copies of the Planet B book in the back. Please take as many as you want. Everything I have is there, and I'm here. I brought them to distribute, and no money. There's no need for any payment or anything. And we wrote a paper which just got accepted for publication this week. Okay. Yeah, thank you. Which is great news, which means that the mainstream academics are wanting to hear this solution. Yeah.
What's the name of the publication?
It's the It's the MDPI special issue on challenges. It's a Planetary Health Alliance special issue.
What was that acronym you said?
MDPI.
MDPI, what is that?
You know, I have no idea.
Okay. Yeah.
Please look it up. Yeah. It went through several reviews, review cycles and so on. Yeah. Any questions? Yes.
Okay. Oh, hold on 1 second. If you have a question, I'm going to come up to you. So sorry.
Yeah.
So, given the situation in the world currently, like we have wars going on in different countries, and people are so greedy, right? And they want power, they want money.
Mhm.
And I've been vegan since like more than 4.5 years now. But when I see these things, I feel like I don't think they'll ever consider these things in life. And I mean, I feel that they are at no point of at their no point of return. So that's what they are at. That's what I feel. So since you are here, sir, with us, I want to understand your point of view because I've been attending your Gita class as well, and I've always seen you being so kind. So please, please share your thoughts on this.
Yeah. Yeah, the question is, there are wars going on. People seem to be ensnared in I say they're ensnared in the street light effect, in looking for the solution under the light. And they want growth. And war is the best way to grow something. When you think that this is going to fall apart, because if it doesn't grow, it's a Ponzi scheme they're running. Okay? When you run a Ponzi scheme, if it stops growing, people take things out and the whole thing collapses. So they're desperately trying to grow the Ponzi scheme. They're all actors in a system that's designed on planet A. So I don't blame them. I say they're part of the system. Okay? It's our job. So, and my granddaughter told me 10 years ago now, she said, do your job. What is my job? I'm a systems engineer. My job is to design systems that work. That's my job, okay? So I'm going to design systems that work and tell people, look, you're stuck in a system that's causing you to do this. It's not your fault. You're all actors in a system, right? And so we think that's normal. That's the way to behave. But that's causing our house to be on fire. And I say at some point, you have to start putting out the fire. I don't know when, but you're going to have to put out the fire sometime or the other, right? Do you wait until you cannot breathe? Right? What happens when systems fail? Like what happens when a circulatory system fails? Why does your digestive system fail when your circulatory system fails? Why do the other systems fail? Because the cells are not getting enough oxygen and they die. Why do the fish die in the freshwater systems? Because they're not getting enough oxygen, they die. Are we sure that the oxygen cycle will stay if we keep doing what we're doing? Are we sure that the oxygen cycle won't just stop at some point? So this is what they're not aware of. Okay? This is not a joke. This is serious stuff. Systems can fail. When systems fail, they can cause cascades of systems to fail. These are highly nonlinear systems. Very few people know how to model these. I don't believe any other models that they have created, okay? Because, they can do approximate things, but they cannot predict when you're going to hit tipping points. Those are the hardest to model. You can come up with ranges and say it's going to be between here and there. And they're telling us that it's in the high-risk zone. and you're in a high-risk zone, two of them, and you're still fighting with each other. It's like you're bickering with your brother when your house is on fire. You took my marbles yesterday, didn't you? That doesn't make any sense, right? So at some point they have to wake up and see. So, maybe mockery is a way to do this. Yeah? And say, what are you doing? Bickering with each other when the house is on fire? So at some point, we're going to wake up. We're going to wake up. I'm convinced of that, okay? I have faith in humanity. They're going to wake up and see that these systems are no longer working for us, and we have to create systems that work for us. Yes, Varun.
Thanks for this amazing presentation. Very, very informative. A question regarding the implementation. You have a timeline for implementing your plans in terms of working with governments, politicians,
right,
institutions, and what does that look like? What's in works?
Yeah, right now, I was pleasantly surprised. Yeah, the question was, what is the timeline for implementing Planet B and all these ideas? I've been trying to get attention from the mainstream, academia first, okay? And I applied, I wrote an abstract and applied to submit a paper to the Planetary Health Alliance in July. And I was shocked when they said, please send the paper. Okay? This is a big first step. It's a big first step. And then, we had 3 rounds of reviews. And finally, it got accepted for publication. And now it's going to be legitimate. That we are out there saying to people, look, this is the reason why it doesn't work. Here is how you make it work. Okay? And everyone can see that. It doesn't work because of these things. And now IEEE has come and asked us to standardize it. The Institute for Electrical and Electronic Engineers asked us to standardize something like this. That's an institutional support you're getting for transformation. Okay. And so I see the ball rolling. Now, if you ask me, when should we do this? Today. Today. Why? Because if I wave a magic wand today and turn the whole world vegan today, do I know that all the systems will become green again? No, I don't. It's likely they'll go be green. I mean, based on how well nature reacted during COVID, it's likely that she's still resilient enough to bounce back. Okay, that's the good news that we got during COVID. But I don't know.
Just a follow-up. This COP30 coming up soon.
Right.
And they have world leaders, politicians coming to attend and, I believe to implement it in their own countries, climate goals. I would love for, VCOP to have those politicians.
Right.
They learn and, implement what they're learning. So do you have any plans for working with politicians and big institutions to have what you're sharing implemented?
Right. So we need to form, the question is, do we have plans, just like COP30 has world leaders coming and talking about implementing climate change policies? Are there plans for politicians to come to VCOP and do this? I mean, I'd rather not have a VCOP. I'd rather have COP be vegan. And I'll go attend COP, if the COP was vegan, because then I know they're serious. Right now, we have VCOP because they're not even talking about animal agriculture. Right? It's absurd that people are thinking they can solve the problem without addressing animal agriculture. It's absurd that they think they can look for their keys under that street light. That's what they're doing. And to me, as an engineer, I've gone to lots of meetings like this, okay? Lots of meetings where we decide on standards. If I knew I would go to a meeting in which nothing happens, I would not go. I went to all those meetings because I knew that we were working on something that will result in an internet that works for everybody. That's why I was going there. I don't know why people go there to the COP30 meetings, COP meetings, because nothing is being done there. We go there to network with each other and to talk about the real solutions that have to be implemented outside what the politicians are talking about, right? To me, politicians right now are not leaders. They are followers. Right now, Senator Cory Booker said, change does not come from Washington, change comes to Washington.
Yeah.
I said that's lacking courage, right, in leadership. So we have to activate courageous leadership. How do we get them to start saying these things? How do we get Cory Booker to say change can come from Washington? In fact, I'm going to work to make change happen from Washington. Yes.
You've got 5 hands up on the screen also. We have to do.
All right. There are lots of hands here in the room as well. Let's take a few from the online, okay? Brittany? Is Brittany, okay.
Yeah, now I'm able to unmute. I'm so sorry. Thanks for taking my question. What happens when people feel like what they do, it's not enough? Like maybe they just are, just doing veganism just for their life, or maybe they, try to do more, but it just, even when they work on, say, one thing, then, it's all the other like carnism, it's so massive that it's not going to make up for it. Like, how do you navigate through that?
Yeah, good question, Brittany.
Can you repeat the question?
The question is how, it seems like a huge problem, huge task to make transformations like this happen. And I agree, it is a huge task, but that's what we are called to do in this generation. And when we accomplish that, we would have created the greatest transformation in human history. So it's worth it. It's worth it for us to put everything we have, everything we know together. And we now have incredible tools that allow us to amplify our impact, amplify what we do. So we can use AI to pull these things together, look for inconsistencies and make sure there are no inconsistencies in our new design. So these are the things I used to do by hand, back when I was working on the internet. So now it's available for us to pull these things together quickly. So I say, don't worry. It may seem like a big task, but you're up for it.
Okay, so my question is, I really loved how you talked about the ahimsa coin, and it's kind of the complete opposite of the system that we have set up today.
Right.
Where you have more money, you can buy more things. With this, it's like you want less of that coin.
Right.
So can you talk a little bit about how we would transition the dollar that we have today and what that would look like?
Yeah, so the question is, how do you transition from the current monetary system to the new monetary system that I'm proposing, the new currency system that I'm proposing? You operate them in parallel to begin with. Okay? So you create like a ahimsa coin systems, and you ask people to play with that, and they still have dollars, right? Until they get used to this way of thinking, because this way of thinking, what does it say? Minimize your impact, right? When you minimize your impact and the more ahimsa coins you keep, the better you are for the planet, because you're not using your footprint. And you can then loan it, give it to people. Here, take this, So it builds generosity in the system. So you have to you're creating a system that's not based on scarcity, but based on abundance. I have plenty. I'm another one coming. Because Nature keeps giving me ahimsa coins. As long as the planet is doing well. So it then incentivizes you to restore the planet. You cannot restore the planet with a currency system that's all about extracting from the planet. That's the point I'm making. Yeah.
So just to follow up, if you're like working at a cafe, would you
Right.
feed in the hymns of coins that way and then you would have to spend it? Like what would incentivize somebody to work a job that they don't want to
Yeah.
do?
Well, see, a lot of people ask this question when in Sadhana Forest also. Yeah. Why would anyone do this? Yeah. Why would anyone go and, take the compost from the toilet? And yet there are people doing it. Why? Because they want to serve the community. So when you have an opportunity to serve, I remember my granddaughter, when she was 3 years old, she threw a tantrum because she couldn't mop the floor. People said, it's too big for you. I said, no, I want to do it. She wanted to help. Everyone who's healthy wants to help. If you don't want to help, if you want to sit around because you're unhealthy, physically, emotionally, and mentally unhealthy. So it's about health. Once you make people healthy, automatically everything gets done. Okay, this is how bees work or ants work, right? Yeah. Jenny? How? Which groups are you talking? The Jane Goodall's organization? Yeah, root shoots, shoots and roots, roots and shoots. Yeah, yeah, yeah. We have to get the youth involved eventually, okay? But I'm saying right now it's up to us, our generation, to sort this out. This is what my granddaughter told me. You do your job, so that there is no animal being killed unnecessarily, right? And so we have a job to do because we are we have the resources, we have the time. They're all stuck doing something so that they can eat. So I say we have to take responsibility to make this happen. Yes, Susan.
And there's still been some very positive changes since then. So change is possible. And I'm seeing it in the youth, but it's not their responsibility, it's our responsibility. And yet we still need to reach mainstream education. To 2 days ago, I did a school assembly to 150 kids. So how do you see education, which is long-term life insurance for the planet, fitting in with your planet?
Education is number one. The question is about education. How do you see education fitting in with this? I say it's education, education, education. It's literally telling this new story that we are transforming. And we see a solution, that addresses all the planetary boundary transgressions and makes us healthy at the same time. And we human beings have to do this. We cannot rely on other species to do it. We have to pull this out, right? Pull this off, make this happen. And when we do that, we will create a world that works for all beings. Okay? And so it's changing the purpose of education. Currently, the purpose of education is to train you to be a good cog in the industrial wheel. That's what it's for. You need to create an education system. It's all about how do you become a restorer of the planet. And to me, that's a different curriculum altogether we have to create.
The mainstream education is petrified of talking about veganism to elementary school students. So that's why I came up with the Veganza Animal Heroes and getting it out there almost in, not so direct way.
Right.
Because that's the only way we're going to get into the schools and practically reach, thousands of children. And that's how we make change.
Right.
Say change is happening. I investigated the stockyards that killed in St. Clair's in 1982. It's now a mall.
Mm. Wonderful. Good.
No, there was a mall. No, the stockyard. Yeah. The stockyard is a mall. Isn't the stockyard not a mall? No.
Ah.
So they like moved. So we had a question like all.
Jenny, question online. Deepak?
Hey, Dr. Rao.
Jenny, can you raise the volume?
Saying that 60-some% of American slaughterhouses should be closed.
Right.
Not connecting to what they were with my burgers and my ribs. It's total disconnect. They don't connect.
Yeah. Go ahead, Deepak.
Hey, Dr. Rao. Yeah, thank you so much. My question was kind of this recent, what people are saying, this is the first kind of tipping point. And like I was just thinking about nonlinear systems with the coral reefs. So kind of like what's your thoughts on that? And like how important is it to accentuate the positive because of what we keep hearing and stuff like that?
Yeah, a good question. You know, the first so-called climate tipping point was reached when they claimed that corals have reached, are not going to come back. This is sad news, okay? And it also tells us that we need to be very serious about these tipping points, not just climate tipping points, but there are tipping points in every one of these life support systems. And they're all waiting to be triggered, you know? And rather than waiting to see when they'll be triggered, because we cannot predict these things, we have to take remedial action right now. So it increases the urgency. And if they use it to increase the urgency of transitioning from fossil fuels, I say they're going in the wrong order. If the first go vegan as quickly as possible, and then you can dial down the fossil fuel use. Yes, Jane.
So following up on education and youth, there are some surveys showing the highest anxiety among 20 to 30-year-olds. That range is climate change. So it would seem that they're definitely receptive to the idea that they need to do something. And I know in my own family, I became a vegan because of my daughter, and I have 2 daughters out of 3 that are vegan. So
right.
Do you have any comments about that? I know you talked about your granddaughter, but being ready to receive that education.
Yeah, I've gone to schools and I've talked to the school children, and I know that they feel relief when they hear this message of Planet B, okay? Because they see there is a way out. Because so far they thought that there was no way out. Because how are we ever going to do this in the solar panels and so on, right? And they know it's not true. That, you know, instinctively they know that just changing the energy infrastructure is not going to do it. And so one child actually asked me, one student asked me, how sure are you that we are going to do this? And I told him I'm absolutely sure because I have faith in humanity. And I could see his face light up. This is the kind of anxiety they have. And we cannot let them down. Absolutely cannot let them down. You know, it's our generation's responsibility to pull this off. Because we are in positions of power at the moment, and we have to do this. Yes, Anita.
So, systems thinking, that's so much. And as an engineer, you're able to sort of give us a perspective from science. And there was a famous article about the two cultures. There's the scientific culture, there's the arts culture. How do we bring that together?
Mm.
And in your plans now, you're looking at how to address the social factors as well.
So a couple of years ago, we presented at VCOP on the donut economics by Kate Rodworth, and she's now vegan. And she's an economics systems thinker.
Right.
And she talked about tipping points in economics, like the 2008 crash.
Mhm.
How it was unexpected because people were making false assumptions.
Right.
So how do we bring together the different systems thinkers from engineering, from economics, from peace and conflict?
Right.
So there are systems thinkers in these different disciplines. And I think we need an interdisciplinary conference
Right.
where we bring the different systems thinkers together to come up with solutions, because we think there is a pathway. I don't think we need to be small. I think the social movement people know how to get big, like how do you organize a social movement so that you can have thousands of groups around the world.
Right.
In the right, like Charlie Kirk, he went to campuses and he organized thousands of groups, but his budget was 100 million. The thing is, we can organize, we know how, like in social science, there are theories that show how you network, how to create a massive movement. The answers are there as well. Just like in science, there are the answers. In the social sciences, we know the answers, so we just have to organize.
Correct.
So plenty of amazing organizing theorists like Saul Alinsky, momentum organizing. There's a lot of books out there, so we do know the answers. So we have to bring those different systems thinkers together, engineers, health professionals, social scientists, economists, and we can get to the answer.
Absolutely. We are depending on people like you, Anita, to get this done. Really, it is. It's, standards process is one way to get systems thinkers to put their input into this. So, because you open it out to the public and say anyone can comment. Because ultimately, when a standard is created, people are going to implement that. And it becomes like, I remember in the internet era, until the standards were created, we had a mess in the market. All kinds of devices were there and all kinds of ways to connect, and they never really worked well. But once we started standardizing, you saw the internet just take off. Because people knew it's robust if you just implement according to this standard. That's it. You don't have to go look for anything. Implement this. And that's what we need to do for the vegan movement to explode. So create these standards so that people can say, if I just create a community like this, I'm compliant. Okay? Yeah, right. Playbooks and best practices for every aspect of this. And that's where we need input from all the systems thinkers to come and write those sections of the standard. Okay? Because standard is a minimal set of compliance requirements. These are the things you really need to do. Other than that, you can do whatever you want, right? So with that, you create a lot of flexibility. People can create lots of different types of communities. You will see the creativity of human beings when you do that.
Question, if I may.
Yeah.
Since we're doing a documentary, sorry about that. So, as I see it, the government is the biggest problem. We know right now that the meat and dairy industry would collapse if it were not for the U.S. government subsidies.
Right.
So essentially, the U.S. government, by subsidizing the meat and dairy industry, is also accelerating climate change,
right,
and then spending billions of dollars, at least until recently, fighting climate change. And also, because the US government is subsidizing animal agriculture, it's also creating the health crisis and spending billions of dollars of taxpayer dollars to solve the health crisis.
Right.
Well, just 2 days ago, the government convicted a woman who rescued 4 chickens from a slaughterhouse, and now she could face years in prison. We haven't gotten to her sentencing yet. How are you going to deal with the government that essentially is the meat and dairy industry?
Yeah, that's a good question, right? So now you are saying that the meat and dairy industry is the government. Yeah. Great. You have realized that. We've all realized that now, right? And when you realize that the entire system, the entire situation has been contrived to make it look like It's the government of the people, by the people, for the people. It isn't. It's government of the few, by the few, for the few. That's what we have today. Now, how do you really implement government of the people, by the people, for the people? We have to take back the power. Yeah, organize around it. You know, get the meat and dairy industry to collapse. Yeah. How do you do that? Get the dairy industry to collapse first. It brings down everything. That's the key. You know, why did the US go to India and try to persuade India to buy dairy from the US? Because people in the US are taking GLP-1 and they're not eating as much cheese as they used to. So you got to unload it somewhere, right? And India is a good place to unload it, right? Because India has a lot of consumers. Well, India said, your cheese is not vegetarian. And that became a huge sticking point. And so the entire trade talks collapsed. Because animals here are fed bone meal and other animal products, and that's why they're not vegetarian. I don't think it makes a difference.
The government has declared war on veganism.
Well, yeah, because they want to stick to their planet A. They want to stick to the mainstream loop, right? How do you deal with that? Get more vegans. That's the way. You know, we have to become more powerful from the grassroots. We have to show people there is only one way that I see out for all of the transgressions. There's only one way. Go vegan. Nothing else comes close to addressing all 7 planetary boundary transgressions. Okay? So this is why education is so important. And the government will, you know, eventually they'll come along, but they are the followers, they're not the leaders. And when the meat industry collapses, the government will collapse. Because it is the meat industry. Government is the meat industry. Government is all industries put together. Because basically the powerful are trying to maintain their power. That's what it is. That's the kind of system we have created.
So we still have questions online, and here we've got 5 minutes before our next.
Oh, yeah.
Yes. Yes.
Mark? Anyone? Okay.
Did the mute not help me? Okay, good. I loved your presentation. It was fantastic as usual. I want to work in this direction because I think you're right. The only thing that will work fast enough is just getting the markets to go vegan, because part of it is true. The governments are subsidizing and keeping the industries alive for the elite. But a lot of it too is McDonald's wants to go vegan in a lot of countries, but they don't have the price point for it. So it's a risk for them. So I think there's an issue with the way that we're marketing what we're doing right now, like Ahimsa coin, I think. And I want to buttress this right away, because I think that if we make a good exponential marketing campaign and change the markets very, very quickly, then we can work with these big giants like McDonald's to make an impossible vegan transition that would, I already checked with ChatGPT, it says it's impossible for the world to go vegan because all the systems will collapse too fast and we'll destroy ourselves. So we can make the bad guys turn into the good guys if we can get control of the markets. But that comes down to marketing. And I think the biggest system of division that we have to address is how we organize all concepts in reality, interdisciplinarity, everything. It's really based on the system of thought, which is really logic. So if we want to do something radically new, we have to propose a new type of logic and reorganize our own government. We'll be the change we want to see. We'll be our own inner government, organized in this new way that's hyper efficacious, where we're not promoting just degrowth. If you promote just degrowth, it'll be harder to get people on board. If you promote ephemeralized growth, which is doing more with less, then you don't have to decrease the quality of living. You just produce it more sustainably with better ideas, which is just logic again. So here's a controversial idea that I want to ask you about in the next 5 minutes here is, do you think that Ahimsa coin is a little bit too culturally tied to one nation like India? And it's very spiritual as well. 85% of the world is spiritual. They're in the spiritual logic. So you might get a lot of resistance from that. If we called it something a little bit more universal on a universal kind of logic where we can translate it into ahimsa or Judaism or Christianity, or that might allow that marketing to happen quicker. And on top of that, I agree with you, leadership is not happening at the elite level. So if we're going to be leaders, we have to claim that on a spiritual level, because 85% of the world needs that kind of marketing to go vegan. So if we made a divine decree on top of ahimsa coin, universal coin, whatever we call it, and we said, we are the closest thing to messiahs in every religion. If you don't want to claim messiahship, okay, controversial. But a lot of people are waiting for the end times in Christianity and Islam. And that's the most animal eating religions. Buddhism and Hinduism are not that bad. They're bad, but not that bad. So if we made a decree that we are the authority, and we say, eat like eat and go vegan to the Christians, for example, and have those kinds of earworms, don't you think we should go in that direction? And also, if our house is on fire, shouldn't we go on hunger strikes and then have healing vegan meals in between, so we can promote long-term hunger strikes and veganism and holy meals and everything at the same time, which I think, wouldn't that address all those pillars that we just talked about in a realistic manner to really go vegan? That's the...
Thank you, Mark. Yes. I'm an expert in systems. I'm not an expert in marketing and all the other things. So we need experts in every aspect of this to come together and implement, the vision. The idea is that this is not the end of the world. This is actually a transformation. This is a transformation that we have to lead as a species and as a group of vegans. We are the ones who have to lead this up. And initially, yes, we are small, but we are going to grow as we grow this. Yeah, but we do need experts in how do you name things so that people will accept it. I call it ahimsa coin because it's homo ahimsa, what we are transforming to homo ahimsa. This is what Judy Carman called it. And so I thought it would resonate with that. Otherwise, I don't mind whatever it's called, so long as you implement that, as opposed to an extractive system, I'm fine with it, right? So it has to be a currency system like that.
The soup is ready. I don't know how. We've got lots of questions. I don't know how you want to proceed from here.
Right. How do you want to proceed, folks? Do you want to continue asking? Let's see. Yeah. Sure.
You mentioned earlier, a few minutes ago, that we need more vegans. In my opinion, and I'm pretty sure most of us will agree, the only way we can do that is by speaking up for the voiceless, being active,
right,
taking action to inform people, to share what we are actually doing, and to change their mindset so we stop exploiting animals in every way, shape, or form.
Right.
But we need to be more active. So go out there, be with Anonymous for the Voiceless, now We the Free, the Save movement. There's so many organizations which do activism, but people need to get out of their comfortable seats and get on the streets.
Absolutely.
To do activism.
Absolutely. I agree with you 100%. In fact, I spent a weekend with my roommate from Stanford, okay? You would think that he would have gone vegan because he's heard me before. But they couldn't do it until I sat down with them and explained how to do it, okay? So they said, you need a coach like this for every family. You need a coach who goes out there and answers their questions, be patient with them, be compassionate with them, because they're all trying, but they don't know how. A lot of places they don't know how. And, one of my other classmates who decided to go vegan, he was an expert in chemical engineering. So when he found that the plant-based yogurt was not up to par, he actually started mixing plant milks and figuring out how to make it work. He was, because that was his expertise. And he created a version of plant-based yogurt that actually meets his taste requirements. And he said, taste it. And I tasted it. And he said, you don't know that certain taste that you get when you eat cow's milk yogurt? It's there in this one. And so I went to this friend of mine in Pittsburgh and I said, let's make that yogurt and try it out. And sure enough, he said, yeah, it has that taste. And I think we can eat this. So they've been doing it now since then. And they said, vegans have to go to their family, sit down with them, and be compassionate and passionate at the same time. So you need imagination, passion, courage, and compassion to change the world. Okay? So sit with them, walk them through the process, explain why we have to do this, why all of us have to do this. It's not just a few people. Yeah. All humanity has to go vegan as quickly as possible. Okay? So explain to them why this has to happen and walk them through the process. Because we know some of the answers, or we can find the answers because we know people who know the answers. And they don't. Unless they are motivated, they're not going to find out by themselves.
There is a website called activism101.com. Okay. Activism101.com. Please go to that website. There's so much information, how you can speak to other people and how you can, the objection that they raise, how you can give them information and change their mind and guide them to becoming vegan. It's a great website, so please do check it out.
Yeah.
So is there a way people could get back to questions to you, that you could get back to the questions?
Yeah, definitely. If you want to write down questions and send them to me, I'm happy to answer them by email. Sure. Yeah, sure. Sorry, folks.
I don't know if they heard.
They can hear me. Yeah. Yeah. There are 4 questions I know online. Please send me, my email address. So please send them to me and I'm happy to answer them. Thank you all.
Other volunteers have made it for you.
I think Amit was going to do Mentimeter, right?
Yeah, we can do that. Alison, are you ready?
I'm ready. Yes.
Great.
Okay. We will be using a tool called Mentimeter to input our data for creating the proclamation that we'll work on this afternoon. And it's my job to orient you to the Mentimeter, and I'm going to share my screen. If you'll all sit down and pay attention, you'll need to know this in order to be able to participate in the afternoon session. So here we go. I'm going to share my screen. You should be able to see on your screen a QR code. And that QR code will give you access to the Climate Healers Mentimeter program that will allow you to input your data. So now if you are in person there in Toronto, you can read that barcode, that QR code with your cell phone. And if you are online, you have 2 options. We have put the link to the QR code in the chat, in which case you don't even need the QR code. But my suggestion, if you have a way to use 2 devices, if you're on your laptop or if you're on your computer and can scan the QR code with a second device, let's say your cell phone, that will give you the most flexibility in terms of being able to maneuver and contribute. I noticed that there are a couple of people who are on their cell phones, and so they're going to need to use their cell phone for both functions, they're going to have to now open their QR code without leaving this meeting and scan the QR code. And so we'd like you to do that now. We're going to do 2 test functions with all of you using the Mentimeter QR code. So please proceed. Go ahead and enter into the program using the QR code or the link in the chat. I'll give you a couple of minutes to do that. Once you get in, you'll be able to respond to the first question. Again, this is a test, but you'll see how it works. How are you feeling today is the question. So type in your response once you're in. Amit, I don't see what people are writing. What I see is a bunch of responses, but no words.
Right. So click on show responses, and I believe we should be able to reveal all the answers.
Oh, yes, thank you. I see. Thank you. Okay, so the fact that you see optimistic, busy, and great in larger type means that's reflecting the number of people who have put the same word in. So great is the one that's got the most responses so far, but busy is right up there, average is pretty good, and optimistic is good. In terms of the number of people who feel great, optimistic, busy, excited, average, and it keeps going. I don't think there's a limit on this particular one on the number of times that you can respond. So if you've responded more than once, your responses are probably reflected here on the screen. Mhm. So a lot of great, energized, excited, hopeful, optimistic. There you go. So not to take too much time out of your lunch, I'm going to go to the next slide and you'll have another opportunity to answer to the next question. And that is, where are you joining us from today? So go ahead and type in your response. Wow. Okay, we got Washington, D.C., London, Ireland, Toronto, Bloomington, Indiana, Connecticut, Mumbai, Southern California, Galt, California. Oh my gosh, it jumps all over the place. Wenatchee, Washington, Washington, D.C., I already read. Land of Homo Ahimsa, Florida, London, Taiwan. I want to type in my own location, Lima, Peru, but I'm, oh, there it is. Thank you. Somebody put it in. Taiwan, I see. Pennsylvania, the Netherlands. Okay, so that gives you an idea of how it works. And it's really as simple as that. We'll be using this tool in the afternoon. I'll put the QR code up again in the afternoon, and you'll be able to contribute and be a part of the activities in the afternoon. Is there anything else I should add? Amit, especially, I'd like to ask, or if there are any questions, please let us know. There might be a question there in Toronto.
Yeah. So if there are any questions, you can ask us in the chat and we are happy to help you with Mentimeter. You could keep the window in your browser open, or even if you close it, we are going to pop in the message and the URL from time to time whenever it is required.
Okay, thank you so much. And there was one other submission in the chat. that I wanted to read to everyone regarding this morning's presentation, that Dr. Sailesh Rao has created a course encompassing the concepts that he presented this morning. And he goes into detail in the course. You can take the course for free on our learning management system at climatehealers.org/courses. So I just wanted to share that with everyone. And we are about to show the film now on the screen. There is a QR code, and many of us have already rehearsed this, but let's go ahead and do it again for those who were not there. If you will take your cell phone and use your QR code reader to scan the QR code there, or if you take a look in our chat, if you're online, you can also just click the link. But if you are online and are on a computer and can use a cell phone to scan the QR code, that's my preferred way to have you participate. That way you'll have more access to the screen and be able to participate in the Mentimeter activities at the same time. So once you've scanned the QR code, you'll see this screen once again, which we looked at earlier. And these are the results of our morning input. So please go ahead and get some more experience with this. How are you feeling now? Actually, the QR code is right there on the screen. You should be able to use it from the screen that I'm on now. I hear Rebecca explaining this process to the people in the Toronto room in the Animal Rights Lab.
Your neighbor, the neighbor needs help.
Looks underneath your computer, it looks like the sliding floor.
Dr. Sailesh, you're muted.
So we're going to work on our I think it's 47435488.
Oh.
47435488.
It's not. Yeah. Is anybody having trouble with it?
Yeah.
Having trouble, it's just.
Okay.
You won't let me move forward, so I'm like, yeah, so yeah.
So they need to go to Minty.com because if you let them see if you put something in there on yours, because they didn't put the code in, so.
47435488.
I got this too fast. 73.
4743 5488.
Thank you.
Sure. Are you taking the back of my head?
Move your mouth a little bit like you're talking.
I'm sorry?
Could you, when you're looking that way, could you just move your mouth a little bit? Looks like you're talking.
Yeah, okay.
So the other ideas for,
Yeah. Are we ready? Awesome, thank you. So now we are going to try something very collaborative. So I want you to think of planet B and what you would like to see on planet B. And write down your thoughts on a piece of paper that's in the back. And there are tapes, there's a tape there, you can just tape it on these shelves, anywhere on the shelf, so that we can all read everyone's input and see what everyone is thinking. Okay. And then we'll collect all that data and put it through an AI program and see if we can come up with a proclamation that works for everybody. That's what we're going to do this afternoon. So for the next half hour, just think about what you would like to see on planet B and what you would like to see your vision of planet B. And write it down and put it on those. And online, people are going to do that, I think, through Mentimeter.
Yeah, people in person also can use Mentimeter. So once they have done writing
A statement,
on the
a sentence, one word, whatever. ChatGPT can take all of that and put it together. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, it's 4743 5488.
So would you give that instruction one more time? Because I think a lot of people didn't even get it, actually.
So we are going to decide together to create a proclamation on planet B. And we're going to do that by putting our thoughts on what we expect to see on planet B. What do we want to see on planet B? And write it down and paste it over there so that we can all see what everyone else is thinking. And we will then collate that and put it through an AI program to create a proclamation.
Okay. Thank you.
And you can enter it in Mentimeter too. Okay? Write it down so that we can see it.
Those of us who are online, when you access Mentimeter, you can now proceed with the question, what would you like to see in the Planet B proclamation?
We need to video that first before you do that. That's for TikTok, as my intro picture. Okay, good. Because we see people see that before on it. I got it. So higher, a lot of them are. I might have those sort of holidays and all be fine. Yeah. It's always a ton of it's not. Yeah, a lot of others. You know, just start. Because I think people think there's for your house, right? You see pictures, I saw my work. I said, see it all. I might take some others to be more.
See what the online people are doing?
That's so cool.
Yeah.
Do you have that thing that we did the first time ever?
Oh yeah, all the questions.
But like, who's teaching one would you like to see the photos? And it don't be like. Yeah, they're going to try to do it.
Yes, here you see a few. Let me show you a bit.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Rebecca, are you there?
Okay. So. Would like. Okay, so because I'm ready. Well. All foods. Your. You can pick me up, right? So what one wants to don't get me started. Let's start with one of the falls to animal sanctuaries for the shuffle. Let's start with the areas of the and make this completely inaccessible to women, so I think that's in delivery my purchase. So when I put houses in one, it is now raising land for carbon or pollution. Over here for the big ones. This is why also not very come off. Okay. Yes. You want to do it again? Yes, 1 second. Shut down. We're just gonna have right now, our other things and they ledge up. I mean, they're not supposed to on all the lives and I mean, all that. That is a norm. That was great. Maybe it's norm, how do you say? Yeah. Because it really so nothing, but also. So with other people, but from the side, wrong things. What? The wrong things. I can get
You wanna do what we wrote?
Yes, you why?
I'm interested in something else. That's very cool. I was something that I see. All right, and then speak up, yes. And you can do a speech favor each of these five right now.
That's perfect, thank you so much.
That's right.
And we're always, anytime you're.
Yeah. Yeah. I understand my kind of TV. I do the most company corporation, which is in town, maybe I'm more holding for their strength, feeling, for we plan to create system. And it is land, compassion, care, and labor, and all animals, and restoring our lands, forests, oceans, lakes and rivers, and ecosystem. Thank you. You want to be yours? Yeah. My state grant is something. Yeah, but you have such confidence. We're right to place to be there. Right, yeah, you write it down. We did it.
We were worried about it. I
Can add it to them. I'm gonna go fill it up. Yeah. Thank you.
I am very. Actually, understand.
Thank you.
No short of money. Yes.
Resources. System. And just. All five.
So, and then there's a presentation. Right.
Speak up.
Okay. And then we will.
Okay, thank you.
That we will support the work.
All right, so I filled out an application. And then I was wondering, I mean, should I create a presentation or if I okay. All right. Then wait, all right, thanks.
No, I think you can just, you can talk, yeah.
I mean, we can go read these things and there's so many numbers. It's too good. I think from this we can do the last one. Yeah.
Everyone. That's what. All having plant-based. Humans and animals striking together, health for all beings and water for all. That's what's gonna happen. It's coming soon.
Stay tuned. Relax now. Yeah. Who wants to do it? We'll do it, and I can do it. It's all done. That's still. Yeah. No, I have a whole outfit like that. But I guess it's nice. They said it. I don't really like it when they target balance. And I said, right now, okay. Yes.
For a while.
Wow. Wow, so.
These are some of my videos. Yeah, Justice for all.
I get that. It's great, it's very good.
All right. I think it's place that definitely, it's on the lineup for the. Yeah, possible.
And a short.
Maybe I was. Okay, just pretend I'm part of your.
I do a clearly start. So you can always watch. Very humble. Yes. Most of the cases.
I just watch the post on Facebook and then. And then people talk. Yeah, there's a. Okay. We're gonna get out of time. I'm gonna get just one more. There's still a general. But I don't know. What I see on planet is the government, if there still is a government, is not going to do any subsidies, anything that. Right, and expect a lot of government subsidies. That will be that will be really good. And so this isn't really capitalism. This is corporate socialism. Because these companies would have to charge so much more. The average hamburger would be like something like $30. Us taxpayers weren't forced to subsidize. So the idea that we wouldn't have any government subsidies of agriculture, especially because it was light. And for that, what it meant for them is they had subsidies. It wouldn't be so because people were faced with a $30 burger or a $4 veggie burger. They would choose the veggie burger because that's what makes sense. The reason they choose the meat burger is that it's so heavily subsidized that they're practically giving it. So I think that is PlantBased is really the most honestly there's a long top read. So you know what animals we have. Moving the other consortium of animals to destroying ecosystems and causing them suffering. But people are going to be vision that didn't completely option. I don't envision it as socialism. I envision it as like a mom and like capitalism. Where like when you go to a veg fest, you see all these people who are selling things they've made, but those products are not hurting the environment. They're helping the environment. They're cruelty free. They are vegan. They are hopefully sustainable without plastics. That's the kind of society I would like to see. Well, like one other young lady, why don't you come and give us your thoughts? Yes, come on. That's a question that got afraid. Give us your thoughts. Okay.
Curious as to what ChatGPT does with this.
Transformation outline from right here we have those but I'm saying yeah. We don't have that stuff. We have to explain it out. Here we are. Same policy. We don't have any measures. We have only clean up the answers. Each ecosystem is a combination of ecosystem and operation. In the ecosystem clause, and is with this fossil of intelligence. So this is last. If we use our intelligence from very if we use the inspire people for doing right thing and if we take the one so nicely, including all the rights, because we are part of it. We are not about them, we are just equal to them. And we need to understand we are here to love them and treat them equally. And it's not just about women's rights or human rights. It's about every right of respecting every life and their rights as well. So that's what I believe. And it's basically a speed you can so you see
I describe it as one fantasy. All the items that you developed she says that she went to the state as a part of the activities. All we told it to.
Yeah, I gotta see a little, yeah. It's something we're excited about. Yes.
Many of your own users in your mouth.
Right. I didn't see that. No. No. So yes, like well, she really yeah, first. And you say, well, you know, yeah, also. We have thing about her, is that a phrase? Drunkard searchlight. So, yeah, the drunkards, what's it called? The drunkard searchlight. It's looking for some, it's over there in the darkness. So people put it under the light. Under the light. Okay, so I got it. Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, Susan, can you use Mentimeter to type your responses? Alison, could you turn on the QR code? Yeah, Susan, you can scan this QR code, or there is a message in the chat, and you can use that to open Mentimeter and then type in your responses. I'll put the message once again in the chat for you.
But.
But if you can get a PDF, I can. It's a PDF. Yeah. Make part of the 5 a.m. so I had and I got too early and I looked into it. It was totally showing me drawing. I was I didn't know to myself and just push a little harder to get out earlier. A little more real. I mean, today it went great. It's just that in the shots. And we're risking missing the play.
So we have. You know what I most.
I used to work in fact, I still have their. They have a location in Utopia, Paris, which is suburb of Fair. Another thing where I mean, I used to believe years ago, because I think that's another example of what Asian industry is like, what you do, they're not, it's, yeah, you know, when you live, but I know very spontaneous. I kind of, one of the reasons I am speaking is they I still need you, but he's just like, from called stop eating your friends. Stop eating Eric, you think? Yeah, just one of the videos that was challenging me in terms of like, both the other statements and all. And people are starting to replace the resources of water.
It's like you asked me, okay, so who are going to
He's like a doctor in Melbourne. He's from Australia, I'm pretty sure in Melbourne. He's got a lot of great, one of them's 40 units of protein. Just great one, he's gonna go another one. One thing I will say, here's one thing I would do is that I wanted to think the word was pronounced flashy or farce, but I guess flashy or either way. Yeah, it is interesting. Exactly, nobody's smoking the fish. That's the medical term for close deficiency, and nobody knows that word.
I had one of my relatives, she has social so she's very adventurous. So she is. So she takes me,
Can we, or you can store it to ChatGPT. So.
So, yeah, many have a good and we're using protein and the number of leaders protein deficiency is zero. I will think those obviously. So a lot of people that think we ingredients are protein deficient, he looks out and triple share with that. Who's good?
Right up front at work, yeah, it's okay, sorry, I'll just find out exactly.
Part of me thinks they would almost be blending. It can help, but it's episode of. Oh yeah, somebody attracted plant that feelings too, one too many times. Okay. So that's, yeah, you've heard that, but I, yeah.
For that. No, if you're really concerned about the plant things,
And another thought is, will become a vegetarian. Yeah, if you're that concerned with plants, you can become a vegetarian, if you really want to go that way, like sure, you know, I know it's make comfortable plant being telepathic. Well, I am convinced, operate from me. Now, like almost really there's something like, which I do that pretty good. And as she was saying, consuming animals and animal products, so yeah.
Thanks. And anybody else? Did the interview, did you do it? Marty?
Yeah, it's perfect, yeah, well, it's very,
There's beautiful. That's good, yeah, that's very nice. Yeah, you know, that's really. It's announced, the voices, the label is great. Our houses and shows. It's International Food Day today.
All simultaneous. Ours is happening in Santa Monica. Listeners happening there. The international today, and then we're gonna go out there and you where you and where the next bring it back there. Some most people, they see they are covered their desires, they don't possibly turn their business. They have their service. I was informed. They used to be able to say, I think I've seen beneficial. Right now, it's saying, are you in exploitation? Exploitation. And then you wait, you don't say anything, you're just sit there, and then you wait, you know, I had a couple of stories that, you know, I'm finished it, tell you a little story out.
Yes, I would say I'm gonna just say.
Well, I know our kid person is really like strict on GMs all this stuff. And it's just. No, would be like, it's nice to get out of it. I see one more person, I see that, I'll say, I see what you say. Yeah, I would never. Yeah, like, and they start on that thing, like, you say, oh, like you said, oh, I used to. Never eat fish. No. Yeah, I wasn't in a big, yeah, I'm hungry. Yeah, I'm trying to eat. So, yeah. Oh, That's my family said they wanted to take country members, one here from Kings, to my funerals, their monuments. And they were saying, yeah, but basically, my cousin, they said that there's a message that was supposed to be King's something. So he said it's one of the best vegan restaurants. He's my favorite vegan restaurant in Kensington Market called the King's Cafe.
Okay.
Kensington Market, I don't know what that is. Yeah. I'm not sure what the rail's doing, but I don't know, it's crazy.
They're seeing us through this. Okay, we're going to compile the responses into a PDF, and then we are going to get ChatGPT to read it. Yeah, you're on Zoom there.
I would get a whole week long. Okay. There's no waiver. And say your name. Okay, and so the
Yeah.
Yeah, I've shared the Mentimeter response for that question.
Perfect. Thank you. Right. Okay, I'm going to share the ChatGPT page. No, it's fine. They have been added, no? I think, yeah.
Right now, to the AI.
Yeah.
Wow.
Okay.
It's in the AI right now, hold on. 40, 24. Okay.
Okay, here is a draft of a Planet B proclamation synthesized from.
Sorry.
Sure. Here is a draft of the Planet B proclamation, synthesized from the powerful visions, values, and insights expressed in the Mentimeter responses and grounded in the foundational texts from climate healers. Example, there is a Planet B, Carbon Dharma, Carbon Yoga, Animal Agriculture is Immoral, the Pinky Promise, and more. Planet B proclamation. We, the people of Planet B, declare a new covenant with all life on Earth. A sacred promise born of awareness, humility, and love. We reject the destructive paradigms of domination, exploitation, and speciesism that have brought our planetary home to the brink of collapse. In their place, we embrace the following principles to guide our shared future. 1. Veganism as the moral baseline. We affirm that all sentient beings, human and non-human, possess inherent value. No being shall be used, exploited, or killed for food, fashion, entertainment, or experimentation. Animal agriculture is immoral and must be abolished to end the holocaust of innocent lives and the degradation of our planet. Ecological restoration and rewilding. We commit to healing the earth through widespread rewilding and the restoration of natural ecosystems. A plant-based veganic food system will underpin a new relationship with nature, one of stewardship, not supremacy. 3. Compassionate community infrastructure. We will create localized, self-sustaining vegan communities with guaranteed access to nutritious food, clean water, shelter, healthcare, and education. These communities will operate on cooperation, compassion, and care, not competition or profit. Number 4, universal access to truthful education. Our children will be taught critical thinking, ethical reasoning, environmental science, empathy, gardening, cooking, and holistic well-being. Education will be a tool for liberation, not indoctrination. Number 5, post-scarcity and participatory economies. We envision a post-capitalist world where abundance is shared, not hoarded. Universal basic income, shared resources, and collaborative economies will replace systems of extraction and exploitation. Number 6, spiritual awakening and interbeing. We recognize the sacred interconnectedness of all life. We reject the illusion of separation and honor the divine spark in every being. Love, reverence, and non-violence, ahimsa, will guide all our actions. Number 7, radical transparency and justice. Leadership must be accountable, ethical, and rooted in service. Truth, transparency, and restorative justice will guide our governance. Corporations that exploit life and nature will be dismantled or transformed into ethical cooperatives. Number 8, holistic health and well-being. We reclaim our health by returning to nature, removing toxic systems and supporting physical, mental, and spiritual healing. Vegan nutrition, clean air and water, and compassionate communities form the basis of true health. Number 9, Universal Declaration of Animal Rights. We declare all animals, wild or domesticated, to be sovereign beings with the right to live free from human interference. They are not our property, commodities, or food. They are our kin. Number 10, the butterfly transformation. Like the caterpillar that becomes the butterfly, humanity is undergoing a metamorphosis. Planet B is the chrysalis where our species transforms from a consumerist, exploitative force into Homo ahimsa, the compassionate guardian of Earth. Our pinky promise. To the children of today and tomorrow, we make this sacred vow. We will no longer sacrifice your future for the comforts of the present. We will embody the courage, clarity, and kindness needed to co-create a world where all beings can thrive. Let this proclamation be a spark, a blueprint, a sacred call to remember who we truly are and why we are here. There is a planet B, and we are building it now. That's what you all created. Thank you. So we can now look at this draft and see, is this okay to sign as is, or do you want any edits to be made? I can send it out to all of you in an email.
Sailesh, I put this is Allison online. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, I put a note in the chat that it looks like we forgot the recognition of the rights of nature, not just animals.
Okay.
Yes, we have a reforesting Mother Earth.
Yes, reforesting, but I'm talking about the rights. I don't get the feel of the,
Okay.
yeah. Universal Declaration of Animal Rights, is that what it says? Whereas rights of nature also, I mean, that's so important.
Is that potentially because the prompt is linked to the Planet B criteria? Just if that is shared in the Mentimeter. Of course it is, but I don't know whether it's just the things that are completely aligned. So if it's slightly a little different to animal rights and nature's rights, it might not be, it may not have. So it gets limited by that, by the prompt. We could maybe, don't know if it's worth broadening it a little bit, but it's still in line with.
Could we? I don't know, can we make it animal and nature?
Also, are the results more biased because we're doing it through the Planet B workbook?
Bill Daniels has his hand up also.
Okay.
Maybe something related to flora and fauna. Maybe that helps with nature.
Mm-hmm.
We don't have any sound. It's muted. Silence muted.
Also, Brittany has something to say.
You're muted, Sailesh.
To say post-capitalist could open it up to a lot of criticism and a lot of resistance. And I personally don't believe we live in a capitalist society. I believe that we live in corporate socialism, where all these industries that are harming our planet are, for the most part, heavily subsidized by the government. So how would you feel about saying a post-consumerist, post exploitive society, post-consumerist? Because if people are whatever making bread and selling bread or doing the kind of capitalism that happens at like a veg fest, I don't think that's what really is happening in our society. I feel like we live in a corporate socialist world, and to throw capitalism capitalism in there and say post-capitalist, I think it will just turn a lot of people off, even though I understand exactly what you're saying.
Right. So I'm writing down, include the rights of nature and earth. Please don't use post-capitalist as a term.
Post-consumerist, post-consumption, post-growth, post-endless growth, post-growth criteria kind of thing. I
Yeah.
mean, personally, others may overrule me though.
How would you like me to word it? Don't use post-capitalist.
Yeah, I'd have to hear the sentence again. It was just the only thing that popped out at me.
Okay.
Could you send us the document? I find it impossible to comment without seeing the document.
I'm happy to send it to you.
Yeah.
I mean, I can just BCC it to everyone who registered for the conference. Is that okay? Yeah.
Is anybody at this juncture scanning the work that we did this afternoon to see if there's anything in there that's not represented in the proclamation? On the walls.
On the walls. This was done through the Mentimeter PDF. Yeah.
Amazing.
Yeah, it input everything from Mentimeter. Yeah.
Could you just explain while the camera's rolling the process? Because I think other people are confused
Yeah, the
about the process, maybe. Yeah. Thank you.
Sorry. What happened was we all input our ideas of what Planet B would look like on this tool called Mentimeter. We compiled a PDF out of everyone's responses, a doc file, and then we input that into ChatGPT and said, start with this and create a proclamation. Okay, and that's what it did. That's what it came up with. This is like the consensus of not only people in the room here, but online as well. Okay. Yes.
Yes, maybe after this, you could publish this or distribute it as a working document for us to comment on.
Correct.
And we can make really, critical comments, word by, look at each of the clauses thoroughly.
What we could do is create a Google Doc out of this and then send you a link to the Google Doc for all of us, right? And you can then comment.
Brittany has had her hand up for a while. Sailesh.
Go ahead, Brittany.
Okay, it was just muting out of nowhere. I was going to say that I saw something about universal basic income. I feel like that addresses maybe the individual, but I feel like it doesn't quite address what happens beyond the individual in terms of contributions to veganism. I feel like there's something missing where when someone contributes to veganism for the greater whole past the individual, then there's, there should be some incentive reward for people who go for contributions that go above and beyond just, one's own life's level. And so, not just having a UBI, but having some ability to, fund efforts towards building veganism at a maybe societal level, planetary level. I think that could help with being financially addressed in this document.
So we want to read number 3 again. Compassionate community infrastructure. We will create localized, self-sustaining vegan communities with guaranteed access to nutritious food, clean water, shelter, healthcare, and education. These communities will operate on cooperation, compassion, and care, not competition or profit.
Well, I'm on this jag about listening. Now, I would like to have, I'd like to consider having somehow that as a practice, somehow that we all practice listening. You know, honing that skill or something like that. I don't know.
Right.
You know, 'cause that's one of the things that's not happening in the old paradigm.
Right.
That's the end result of what we have now. So I'm just wondering, there's a way to phrase that, or something to say.
So by now you should have a link to all of, see, I think a lot of people are already on the doc now.
What she was saying, that when if conflict arises, we have a compassionate way of dissolving things, or does that?
So may I suggest when you render a comment on the document, just suggest what modification you would like to see. Okay?
Okay, very good. And then another question that came to me to ask was, what happens when we have this proclamation? What is it for? What are we going to do next with this information?
Right.
And that came up. So I just wanted to-
So we want to basically sign this proclamation. We are the founding parents of Planet B. Okay? You want to sign this proclamation and say we are declaring that this is where we are going. This is where the humanity is going. That we have to do this. There's no other way.
Really sorry, but can you say that one more time? Because I don't think we all caught the start, because we didn't know that you were gonna say that momentous thing.
Now, this proclamation, we are signing as the founding parents of Planet B. So we are now editing this and agreeing on what we want to see on Planet B as the step forward for humanity to go from where we are to a world that thrives for all beings, which is absolutely essential that we have to do. You know, so at some point we have to declare we're going to do it, and then
Small groups to discuss.
sure.
Since my understanding is you want to actually finish this is a big ask.
I know. I mean, it's my goal. If it doesn't happen, it's okay with me too, you know. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. If there are aspects of this that you would like to change, please get together and figure out what you want to do.
Tomorrow, this will help us move forward. It's pretty.
So today we are declaring where we want to be. And tomorrow we are going to talk about how we accelerate our transition from where we are to where we want to be. And that requires us to, you know, implement these 7 strategies that we listed on the registration page. And we have solicited proposals and pitches for the proposals that would help us move to that world. And we have received, I think, 25 odd proposals so far. And so we will then figure out what we can support collectively that we can, you know, push together in 6 months. That's the idea. We want some early wins. Not that none of the other pitches are not going to be worked on. They're all going to be worked on. But there are some that we are going to coordinate our actions and work on together.
And when you said we're declaring, you know, we're so sorry I missed that, but you declared, you said, this is, what are we?
We are the founding parents of Planet B. Yes, just like they were founding parents of America, United States of America. They're founding parents of Planet B. This is momentous, right? Yeah. And you're here, folks. You'll be remembered as the Adams and the Washingtons of the 21st century.
Giving birth to planet B.
Yes, you're giving birth to a planet B.
Giving birth to planet B, and we all become citizens of planet B with the proper ID card. And like start the process. As if when we die, we never take anything with us, even the body that is given to us by this nature of Earth. So there is nothing to be taken back except just returning back to Earth. So all our life, we have to remain in this exchange. As we receive, we also give back. That is the correct way of, going forward for planet B.
Yes.
That's beautiful. Wow.
Sailesh, may I ask you a question?
Some guidelines for how to enter comments. Please enter them on the side and say, replace it with this or include this, whatever edit you want, please put them on the side so that we have the original still intact. And then we can discuss each comment and decide, right?
Points as well as suggestions.
Correct, yeah. Yeah. The way you used to do this in the IEEE is that we would comment like this, and we would say, this comment I really feel strongly about, and it needs to be addressed, otherwise I won't sign. That's called technical required. Yeah. So that means you feel very strongly about it. Some you say, I'd like to suggest this. And if it doesn't happen, it's okay with me.
Already put what I suggested, so.
I didn't. Someone else put it, I think.
Okay.
Yeah. But they put it as an edit. Yeah. Okay. No. You wanted to catch that?
Yeah, no, I think so.
We may have just lost the feed in Toronto. We still have the audience. Hopefully they'll be reconnecting. So hello to you all.
Maybe this is a time for an impromptu dance break.
I think we should all get up and stretch. And yeah.
Yeah, take a minute.
Oh, it's been a long day.
See a background.
A picture.
I'll set an example.
Yeah, mic's off
You
now.
haven't had your dance today, so might as well.
Could we, do you think Sailesh could restrict the rights? Are we on to commenter instead of editor? Can we do that so that we can keep track of changes? Otherwise, it's very difficult to assess it.
Just chatting in the right side. Is there a way we can give a name to the document? Let it be proclamation draft 1 or something.
He called it draft. He did. He called it draft.
It
Looks
says
like a
untitled
commenter access.
document.
We can restrict the rights, I think.
To me, it looks like a commenter access, not an editor one.
That's what it should be. I kept seeing anonymous elephant or something going in and and
Chameleon,
editing.
all kinds of creatures.
Anonymous elephant.
I think we're only editing the document. I'm not seeing the suggestions. The whatever edited is showing in the right side. Is that right? My understanding.
What was that?
I think the document is getting edited. I thought if you
It
put
is.
that, yeah.
I know. There's something wrong. Somebody got editor permission because he selected commenters.
Way I'm doing it.
You're editing?
I'm not editing. I'm like, there are suggestions. So you can, if you cross it off, whatever the person is adding will be deleted.
Oh, I don't think we want to do that.
But
Oh,
how
I
do you
don't know.
suggest?
I
Like
don't
for me, I could only see the suggestion. I'm not able to add a suggestion.
Dr. Rao is being asked to be made a co-host.
Not very organized. These people on the other
Yes, we'll be able to get it.
All right. Thank you for letting me know.
Okay, thanks. So I'm gonna run this back.
Sorry, the laptop fell down and closed itself.
It's being overworked. Without a guess.
The laptop needs a break.
Let's see.
That's your laptop's protest.
Is it that way, I think?
Which one?
The stand, right under projectors. Oh, it's the projector. Is it this one? There we go.
Yeah.
I think he's already co-host. Dr. Sailesh, you're already a co-host.
I was going to say, I'll look at it with time. There seems to be a degree of overlap in each of the clauses that it comes on.
Right.
And I wonder whether we should prepare something that is critically evaluated just by a few people and then ask others to comment.
Yeah, yeah.
Because I feel ChatGPT has done what it does best, which is empower people. But I don't see a structure to say this is how person, if these are personal integrity issues or group issues, government issues or education issues.
Rao?
And I think the recommendations going to each different group, just one would be better, because at the moment I'm seeing some are distributed across all the
Right.
10.
Depends on how you break it up,
Yeah.
It's broken it up differently.
Yeah. Maybe you could conduct a workshop. You say, here's, in short sessions, so that we have time to think in between.
Right.
Because I think that's where the value will come. Today, we compressed a lot of things.
Right.
Anyway, it's just a suggestion.
No,
Because I was reading it and I said, oh, what would education be about? Oh, it's kind of this and that. And they said,
Right. It's it's not in terms of human functions.
Yeah.
It's in terms of it's a different way of organizing. It's like veganism as a moral baseline. So it's setting it up differently.
I like to see where the actions will bite into each of the, what does it mean? Okay. Just like you write a proposal with aims and objectives. Objectives become the kind of work plan. So here, if the 10 principles become the working plan.
Right.
Anyway, just first thought.
Right. Yeah.
Okay. 5 or 10 minutes. Or anywhere we're at any time.
Okay, to talk to me.
No, when you're gonna start.
Yeah, we are just editing now.
Right now? Okay,
Yeah.
gotcha. All right, no problem.
Yeah. No, we may not be able to get to it. But at least it looks like. Yeah. Right.
Said 65 done that, 3 weeks before the yard. Is that what you say, done that? It's over 65, so. Yeah. So that is how you can get your box.
So, that's.
You know, it's very high, very high, very fast. My body's got it. Where is water? I just see it is so. So my body, I think of the see water. Divided. I'm getting king for that. So I didn't like that, so I took it.
No, Victor DeMarinis, that was the president of MITRE Corp. Because he worked on the internet, and I just could see
Right.
you were involved in the early days of it.
Yeah, there were lots of people there. So
Yeah.
I knew my group, who were all doing hardware work on communications infrastructure. People are working on the software, people are working on protocols, and all kinds of things.
I guess there's a lot of different parts that were
But there are
segmented.
lots and lots of parts. So we sort of broke it up into these pieces and then we worked on each one.
Because he was, I know his part, they were laying down the original planks of the internet. But it's a huge endeavor.
Right. There are people who are laying down the fiber to connect from country to
Right.
country. There are people who are laying
He
down.
was an engineer too.
It's all engineers.
Yeah.
Engineers built the whole thing. We messed it up.
That's awesome though that you did it. Cool.
Yeah.
So do you need 5 minutes for that?
So, would you like to review and do you think that there is anything we should add from it?
Right.
You are the best person to judge.
Yes. Pretty good. It feels like a city here. And it's great to also get, if there's still light, let you guys down your red and more residential seclusion. Give us a little bit of, a little bit more cinematic.
This is Toronto. I've been here a couple of times. It's fine. Okay, we're here, we're still here and want to grab some shots of the view before. And want to grab some shots of you before the dark outside. Wait, you can do her next. She's saying. So here's the thing. Ellen Dent, so glad.
next year. Fighting issues. So you're.
Hello?
Okay, so.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Can you all hear me?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Yes, we can hear you.
So Hital, who's here in Hital, right? Yeah. Who's here in Toronto. She took the proclamation and put it through DeepSeek AI.
We just need an advance warning, sorry.
Yeah.
I apologize, if you could, just give me 1 second and yes, 1 second for all of us. Takes us a second to get rolling, sorry. Go
No
ahead.
worries. So Hital asked DeepSeek AI to take the ChatGPT proclamation and the Mentimeter output and refine it. And it came up with this particular version. So I'm going to read this to you, and we can decide what we want to do with this. So we, the people of Planet B, declare a new covenant with all life on Earth, a sacred promise born of awareness, humility, and love. We reject the destructive paradigms of domination, exploitation, and speciesism that have brought our planetary home to the brink of collapse. In their place, we embrace the following principles to guide our shared future. Number 1, veganism as the moral baseline. This is the non-negotiable foundation. It extends beyond diet to a complete philosophy of nonviolence, ahimsa. No being is considered property. This principle abolishes all forms of animal exploitation, including fishing, dairy, eggs, wool, leather, hunting, zoos, and animal testing, recognizing them as violations of inherent rights. This shift is the single most impactful action for ending ecological destruction and aligning our actions with compassion. Number 2, ecological restoration and rewilding. We transition from a human-centric to an eco-centric model. This involves actively healing the wounds of the past, reforesting billions of hectares, restoring wetlands, and cleaning the oceans. Our food systems will be 100% plant-based, veganic, using permaculture principles to work with nature, not against it. The goal is to return vast tracts of land to wild nature, creating interconnected corridors for biodiversity to flourish. Number 3, compassionate community infrastructure. Our towns and cities will be designed for life, not for profit. They'll be decentralized, self-reliant, and fully vegan. Infrastructure guarantees universal access to nourishing plant-based food, clean water, natural shelter, empathetic healthcare, and lifelong education. The design ethos prioritizes green spaces, communal areas, and resource-sharing hubs, fostering interdependence and eliminating scarcity. Universal access to truthful education, number 4. Education is liberation from indoctrination. Curricula will be rooted in critical thinking, ecological literacy, and empathy training. Children will learn practical life skills like organic gardening, plant-based cooking, and conflict resolution. The goal is to cultivate ethical, ecologically aware citizens who understand their role within the web of life. Number 5, post-scarcity and participatory economies. We replace the growth at all costs capitalist model with a resource-based economy that operates in harmony with planetary boundaries. With automation and collaborative production, we can create abundance for all. Concepts like universal basic income, tool libraries, and open source technology ensure the needs are met without overconsumption. The economy serves life, not the other way around. Number 6, spiritual awakening and interbeing. We acknowledge the separation is an illusion. The well-being of the river, the forest, the animal, and the human is one and the same. This principle of interbeing becomes our spiritual compass. Daily life is infused with reverence, gratitude, and a commitment to nonviolence, recognizing the divine spark in every leaf, every insect, and every person. Number 7, radical transparency and justice. Governance is a service, not a position of power. Decision-making is participatory and transparent, with leaders held to the highest ethical standards. We employ restorative justice, focusing on healing and rehabilitation rather than punishment. Exploitative corporations are dismantled and their assets are repurposed for community-owned cooperatives that benefit the whole. Number 8, holistic health and well-being. Health is redefined as a state of complete physical, mental, and social harmony. A whole food plant-based diet forms the foundation. Our systems eliminate environmental toxins and stress-inducing structures. Healthcare integrates preventive medicine, mental health support, and spiritual care, recognizing that a healthy individual is a reflection of a healthy community and a healthy planet. Number 9, Universal Declaration of Animal Rights. This is a formal legal declaration that enshrines the sovereignty of all animals. They are granted the right to life, liberty, and natural autonomy. They are not resources, but kin. Existing domesticated animals are cared for in sanctuaries, and wild animals are left to live their lives free from human interference, with their habitats protected and expanded. Number 10, the butterfly transformation. This symbolizes our conscious evolution. The caterpillar, Homo sapiens, a consumerist entity, must undergo a metamorphosis to survive. Planet B is the chrysalis, where we transform into Homo ahimsa, the non-violent human. This new human is defined by empathy, guardianship, and the understanding that our true wealth is the health of our planetary community. Our pinky promise. To the children of all beings of today and tomorrow, we make this sacred vow. We will no longer sacrifice your future for the comforts of the present. We will embody the courage, clarity, and kindness needed to co-create a world where all beings can thrive. Let this proclamation be a spark, a blueprint, a sacred call to remember who we truly are and why we are here. There is a planet B, and we are building it now. Suggestion for enhancement. Consider adding a 11th principle to address the circle of giving and receiving, or circularity and sacred reciprocity. Number 11, the law of sacred reciprocity. For every resource we take, we must give back in equal or greater measure. Our entire material economy will be a closed-loop, zero-waste system. We will compost all organic matter, redesign all products for disassembly and reuse, and actively regenerate the soils, water, and air. We take only what we need and give everything back, completing the circle of life in gratitude. This edition explicitly embeds the give everything back to nature ideal from your original vision into the formal structure of the proclamation. Thank you, Hital. So if we all think it's an improvement over ChatGPT, we can begin with this. And of course, my original thought was we're going to complete the proclamation by today, but I don't think it's going to happen. Let's put it together in a document and then let's work on it, because this is serious and we have to basically agree to what we are signing on to. So I'm going to put this in a document and we can work from there and send you the link to that.
And Sailesh, there's been quite a bit of editing going on in the previous version.
It's really shaping out to be a nice document. Yes.
Thank you. Yeah.
There's one more version of it by Sai Praneeth. He used Claude AI to build the proclamation using Mentimeter and PlantBased. I've put it in the chat.
I'm going to communicate with Rebecca to let her know we're trying to share with her.
Yeah.
You can always do some additions and declare another date, saying that that's the date on this date. Now this is this version. And everyone will refer to the latest version. But you must declare it.
Okay.
It's a commitment.
The consensus is there a consensus around declaring it today and then refining it as we go along?
If you have a vote, because how would you do consensus here and also online?
Yeah.
We are not perfect right from the beginning. It's okay.
Yeah.
We're polishing. And as we move along, we always make it better.
Devil's in the details, though.
First in the draft, first draft. Yeah. As on 1st November, what we can do? Yes.
So we have a version that as of 1st November, we agree, and we can refine it as we go along as we. Is that okay with everyone online?
Yes, it looks good as is.
We got people online that put their hands raised also that want to speak.
Okay.
And we want to include everybody because this is inclusive for all people.
Right. So we can increase the volume and I'll turn off my microphone.
We had just a few minutes before we leave.
So Sailesh, let me just say a couple of words. I hear an echo, so maybe I have to wait.
You're muted.
Yes, we're not hearing you.
Can you
Dr.
remove
Rao.
my spotlight?
Yes. Okay. So there's some comments here in the chat that haven't been heard, and one is that we've been seeing quite a bit of editing going on in the previous document, which we want to avoid in this one. Secondly, there has been another document generated, and I'd like Amit to say a word about that.
Yes, Sai Praneeth share one more copy using Claude AI. So I read through that and it's a good version as well. Yeah. It's in the chat. Oh, you're muted. We can't hear you. But I believe everyone says that we should launch one version today and then have multiple revisions later on in future. I think today the date is good. The 1st of November, World Vegan Day. We could launch it today.
Right. Okay. Would you like me to read the Claude AI version.
If you share the screen, it'll be easier.
Yeah.
Oh, yes.
In the chat.
Over and have some delicious vegan food, because he knows this place. And I'd like to introduce you to Jim Sand.
Was born on World Vegan Day.
Well, to get to places like public transit, and get you there.
Hmm.
He knows the way,
I know the transit.
but he's gonna be leaving in a minute, so I wanted to let y'all know before we read the file. Without the elevator, you're gonna be stuck here and sleep here. The rest of the day.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Jim. Happy birthday to you. 84.
Just a comment about what's happening. The elevator at the facility is closing down in 4 minutes.
Hey, Amit, this looks very different from the ones we've been working on.
I know, yeah. Yeah.
See, we can give to the
Cloud AI
ChatGPT.
looks very different.
It will still combine the 3 versions and give it also. That also ChatGPT would do. Or any
Whereas
one
the
of
one
the
that
AI.
DeepSeek did is a refinement of what we did with ChatGPT. So I feel like we don't want to take people too far off.
I know.
Is that okay?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, it's fine.
It's fine.
You know, the word capitalist was
And a
still
question,
in
what are-
the second document. So I personally don't think it's just my say to say that, but I noticed in the revised one that we did, it's back in that we have to leave a capitalist society. And maybe we do, but I just feel like that could turn off like a huge percentage of the population right there. And that's like what I would call a, what do you call that? A flashpoint where then everything gets sucked into that. Maybe it's something that should be there, but that was the only word that on both of them that I thought if you make it about that, then it becomes really political and it becomes divisive.
I would say we can easily replace that. We can say we replace the growth at all costs economic model.
Yes, there you go.
With a resource-based economy because we don't need to put capitalist at all.
Because, I mean, I don't know if anybody agrees with me, once you get into that, you're gonna start being called this, that, and the other.
Right.
You're a commie, and it'll get so politicized that people won't hear the message. I don't know, Peter, if you have a thought on that.
Yeah, I agree with you.
Yeah, I agree with you too.
Okay.
It's not necessary to do that, yeah.
Question.
I would like to say something.
Yes.
Lisa and I would like to say something, which is that, and I'm not really entirely clear about what I want to say, but the document, the proclamation.
Yeah.
The proclamation is an ideal. It's full of idealism and valid intentions and wishes for the future of our planet. But yet, we are human beings with a vast unconscious. Not more than 95% of what happens in our minds is unconscious. We are capable of great suffering and the emotions that accompany this suffering. We have caused great damage.
We cannot speak of ourselves as stewards of this planet, because as stewards, we have destroyed, we have caused great harm and suffering. We have the capacity to experience many harmful emotions. And I think that what we want to say is that there is an important place, maybe not in the proclamation, but in some other place, in what we discuss tomorrow, for a notion of psychology, understanding our psychology, understanding our capacity for harm. And how do we address that? Because if we do not, then we fall right back into the problems of idealism, which denies that part of us, denies the shadow, denies the darkness. So I think that's what Lisa and I would like to say. So the question is, where does that belong?
I think right now we are proclaiming where we need to be, and then we have to design systems around that goal. See, right now we have created systems that are all about extraction. So this is why I pointed out that the economic system is driven by the currency mechanism, which is all about extraction. It's a game we are playing. And that makes us accentuate the negative within us. You need to create a system in which you are accentuating the positive within us. That's all we are trying to do with this new currency architecture. Right? So that doesn't mean that there will be no destruction done by human beings. It means that it will become less and less over time, because we fundamentally tell stories and we play games. That's how we coordinate our actions among millions and billions of us. And so long as the game we are playing is all about one-upmanship, who wins over whom, which is what we're going to see today also, right? It's competition. It's always about competition. And that's in the game of money. It's built in. Because if you do not return the loan, you're going to be a pauper. You're going to go hungry. And you're going to be killed. Literally 9 million people are dying of hunger today, every year. That's the game you're playing. As long as we play that game, we are going to enhance the negative within us. So I want us to give a chance to human beings playing the right game. Yeah? And that's what we are trying to do with this proclamation. So we want to switch to a different game in which we are enhancing the positive within human beings. Shankar? Yeah.
Yeah. So just a thought. So for now, we can, with the same AI, we can combine this all into one document. Then we can make it as a one-pager just for the appeal purposes. Then we can have another illustrated or descriptive version for more interpretation and more. Definitely, even a paragraph will not answer the question in the interpretation sense, but that we can have it as a abridged version or a descriptive version. But for now, just to present, like somewhere to share it so that it registers like a one-pager, the points.
Were you all after that too? A one page or just start with the details?
Shankar, would you like to create that?
Sure. The same AI we can consolidate. We still have to agree on the words and this thing. That's all.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I'm going to post the DeepSeek version also, because I think everyone agrees it's a better version than what ChatGPT came up with. I realize people have been editing the other one, but this is a.
Because if we bring it as one pager, now we can all agree quickly, or else it's like a more to read and more to come to a same page. Still don't have one page to come to a same page.
Like just say like 500 words or 400 words.
Yeah, we could ask them to do it in 500 or 400 words.
Disagreement on that here in the live audience?
Yeah. Krishna?
we can do topic and later description on each topic?
Just a suggestion.
What description
The
on all the
framework,
topics we can
the
make
framework
one
remains, and with Shankar, as he mentioned, the details, they could just slot into the structure, because it's a technical framework. So it would, I think, kind of feel heard, just an idea, if those details are then fitted into the structure, because the principles we all agree with anyway. Of course, we live it, but the specific details would be nice to like fit that into the certain structures that are already there. So maybe if the prompt could somehow structure it as we have, but include those other bits that are slightly nuanced, slightly different, and not mentioned in those same terminologies, to be kind of listed or pointed into under those structural, under the headings of the structure. I feel that I think that would feel like everyone's heard. That's just and then there's not much revision to do, because we all are living the same. We live it. We're already committed to this anyway. What we've put in the proclamation, what is put out, we already live it. It's just the expectation of the little nuances to be in there too. I think that's my take on it. That's all. So I think, yeah, with what Shankar was saying, it'd be quite straightforward maybe.
So I've asked Shankar to prepare that one pager and send it to me. Okay, but I'll put this DeepSeek version in a doc so that you can take a look at it too.
We have a question from Nancy. Nancy, do you want to go ahead?
Thank you. Yes, maybe not in this edition, but in some edition, I would propose that we welcome and open any group, organization, or individual who agrees with these proposals to join us in working towards them, or for them, or in supporting them. Just a thought.
People clapped for that, Nancy.
Yeah, I just think it's so important that we include people who are basically on the same page and then get it, even from this proposal, somehow get what veganism really means in totality. Thank you.
And Sai has his hand up. Can he go ahead and come on screen?
Yes. Hi. First of all, happy World Vegan Day and happy World Vegan Month to everyone. I was just wondering that is this proclamation going to be in some way related to the standard which Dr. Rao was mentioning, which will be submitted to IEEE? And as a follow-up, I had a question in the past, like regarding this, like as one at first it felt like a good thing that IEEE is open to a standard, but how is IEEE anyway related to nature and ecology? It's like electronics related organization, right? That's one. And also Planetary Health Alliance, is it how credible is the organization? Are they vegan and all that, like, and isn't it better to have a standard with Planetary Health Alliance rather than IEEE?
Good questions. IEEE has a Society on social ethics, social justice and ethics, something like that. Or social use of technology, something like that. So that's in fact, I can find the exact terminology. And that's the organization under which this standard will be done. And the IEEE participates in the Planetary Health Alliance. Planetary Health Alliance has over 500 organizations that participate in it, including Greenpeace and a whole bunch of others. We All, Well-Being Economy for All. And so anyway, and it is, in that sense, it has grown very fast. I think it was started just 2 years ago, but it's grown really fast. And ClimateAction is a member of the Planetary Health Alliance. So if Planetary Health Alliance journal on the special issue publishes the paper, it is going to be recognized by the academics, okay? Especially because it's in the MDPI journal, which is the Multidisciplinary Digital, what is it? Something Institute, Publication Institute. Yeah, Multidisciplinary Digital Publication Institute. They have a number of journals and they are all fairly well rated. Okay. So the standard, this proclamation is not going to be part of the standard. The standard is nitty-gritty stuff, where you talk about interoperability and the minimum specifications for interoperability. So which means that the minimum things that you need to do in order to be Planet B compliant. That's what we'll be focusing on. And that again will get lots of input from lots of academics and lots of professionals. And this is how you create a standard that's robust for everyone, because some people will find things that you wouldn't have thought of, And so this is how we got the best of everyone to create a standard that was robust for the internets. So it's the same process, and the fact that they're interested in it is already a good sign.
I just think that.
Yeah. Yeah.
Just think that someday, this will become the foundation, the standard for all those organizations.
Correct.
Whatever action they may take, they will refer back to this one, whether it follows those whatever principles we have written.
Correct.
Because we are writing universal principles, something that will remain. We call it as Sanatan or eternal, true, sustainable reference point. So each of them also can get aligned and refer to this as a document.
That's the goal of the document we are writing. Go ahead, Bruce.
So the proclamation is at 40,000 feet, very high, aspirational. We're here with the plant-based treaty. So I think we need a companion document that has some actions that would lead towards.
Correct. That's what we are doing tomorrow.
Proclamation being achieved, and I would love to see endorsement of the plant-based treaty, because they have 40 things that they would like to see, action items. And it would be wonderful if the Planetary Health Alliance, all those 500 organizations out there, endorse the plant-based treaty. To get on the path to achieving this aspirational proclamation.
Correct. I agree with you. That's a great goal to have. That could be one of the things that we try to do.
That's why we're here in Toronto.
Right. Yeah. That's a great goal to have, and that's something that we could try to implement, as one of the proposals tomorrow. We want to get everyone in the Planetary Health Alliance to sign the plant-based treaty. Right? Yeah. Yeah, please come. Yeah, the microphone is here for the people online. Online people are.
Okay, thanks for that comment, Bruce. The plant-based treaty, it's focuses on governments as like major actors, and it's not as comprehensive as what you're trying to do, which is like a currency. It's one part of what we need to do, because the call to action for the plant-based treaty is a global treaty, And it's also city action. It has those two sort of visions, city and local institutional actions and a global treaty. But what you're trying to do is much broader. It's like, and it's very much centered on non-exploitation of animals.
Right.
As being the absolute key to getting to a livable world,
Right.
and a just and safe world. So I think that the plant-based treaty offers part of some of the solution, but what you're doing is much broader. So
Yeah.
yes, that's what I want to say.
Thanks, Anita.
Just one more comment.
Yes.
I'm always wary about using these absolute words like like non-violence or non-exploitation and so on. Because when we really scrutinize that, it becomes very, very difficult to achieve. It's one of those unachievable things.
Right.
And I think perhaps we need to make it more practice and practically oriented wording that still says the same thing that we can do,
Right.
but not necessarily go into the words that are impossible to achieve.
Yeah, the comment from Dr. Prabodh is that rather than using non-violence or non-exploitation, we need to use terms like minimize violence and minimize exploitation of animals. And so terms like that. No?
I think minimize won't be good, because minimum for one is minimum.
There
is
you
not
go.
the same for another.
Right.
I like the non is very specific.
Right.
But I think we need something which is close to that, but not use of the word non. For instance, with non-violence, I often tend to use non-violation of one's duty, for instance, because non-violence, we walk on grass, we kill so many insects and so on. So we can't live by what is non-violence. So I think whenever we use non-violence, I often have conversations with you about this, but I think we need something which is much more acceptable and doable in principle as well.
That can come in the second part of implementation. We all understand that absolute ahimsa is not possible.
So why use the word?
But we still use the word ahimsa to convey the universal principle. As much as you can practice, it's okay, but you start your journey. In Jainism, they say, man, vachan and kaya. In your thinking, in your speech, in your actions also you practice ahimsa. But it is not possible, right?
I agree with that, and I've actually read a lot into that. But what it is I like to use the word things like human excellence. We do as much as we possibly can, and that's a limit. But when we put together certain words, which I've often tried to look at the definition of ahimsa. Himsa is violence, but ahimsa may mean not really the extreme of the word. There are little nuances that I think certain teachers bring out, but when we interpret that in English, none means nothing, not whatsoever, and that becomes non-achievable. And so I think we need to be a little bit careful with the actual words we use, especially in declarations like this, because if it's non-achievable, it may as well not be there. It's a bit like God. God is different things to different people, and achieving Godhood means different things to different people, but it's there in principle in so many different spirituality, yet they interpret differently. And I think what we need to get away from is this idea of different interpretation. We need to get to one document that will be accepted.
Anita?
So, the online people can't hear you, so if you go up to where
Yeah.
the rally is, then the online people can hear as well.
Are you all able to hear what Dr. Prabodh was saying?
Yeah. Yeah.
No, not much?
We were able to hear.
Yeah.
Sai also has
What I
his
was
hand up.
saying is that at this stage, when we are beginning to put together a document that we hope will actually be used not only by us, but will be acceptable by so many different organizations, let's be careful and use the words which are in principle achievable. You know, so things like non-exploitation of animals. You know, what does it mean when we have pets, for instance? You know, do we exploit the animals in that sense or not? So I think I'd like us to be very careful with the use of the words non in some of our expressions and statements, like non-violence, for instance. So that was my main comment. Let's take our time and make sure that it is acceptable and inspirational as well at the same time.
Anita?
Thank you. Thank you for those comments. I was thinking of someone like Leo Tolstoy, and he was very inspired by the Sermon on the Mount and the principles of thou shalt not kill, and